Hey guys, I just want to do a quick intro video for my how to build a Slack clone in Angular. Brief introduction on who I am. My name is Chris Batista and I've been a front-end developer for 4 to 5 years. In this tutorial we'll cover building a Slack clone web application with Firebase and Angular. You'll be shown step by step on how to set up an Angular project, set up Firebase, and build out the HTML CSS for the front end. So by the end of this course you should have a basic chat room application similar to Slack. Let's see. So as far as things of which you should have a basic understanding of, you should know what HTML, CSS, and Sass are. You should be familiar with what JavaScript and TypeScript are. You should have a basic understanding of how the new Angular works. And most importantly, you should have a desire to learn. As far as target audience, this video is specifically meant for web developers who want to expand their knowledge in building a full-stack Angular applications. Developers who don't use Angular but are interested in full-stack development, specifically that utilizes Firebase, should still benefit from this project. As far as scheduling goes, I'm going to try to stick to Fridays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, starting on October 6th. If anything changes, I'll let you guys know and I'll update the description accordingly. But hopefully we can stick to that schedule. At least that's my plan. For the curriculum, this is a rough draft for now, but let's see if we can stick to it. Session 1 will be setting up the environment. So we'll be setting up the Angular application, setting up Firebase, and kind of just going to overview on how these tools work together. Session 2 will be the front end, so we'll be building out the basic structures of our web application. So we'll start creating core Angular components and start the initial HTML structure and styling of the application. Session 3 will start the back end. We'll identify and build Firebase models through the Firebase console, and we'll begin to tie Firebase into the web app. Session 4 will be a continuation from Session 3. Other than tidying up the Firebase models and tying in the Firebase into our application, hopefully we can start a login, logout functionality and start a channel creation and joining functionality as well. Session 5 will kind of be a wrap-up of 3 and 4, just making sure we're cleaning up any bugs and just testing all the back-end functionality in general of anything we've implemented so far. Sessions 6, 7, 8 is going to be TBD right now, depending on how smooth 3, 4, and 5 go. If it goes pretty smooth, we may extend the requirements of our skeleton clone app. But if it goes slow, then we'll just essentially just continue on Session 5 and just make sure our core functionality is working as expected. So for now, that's all I have for the curriculum. Hopefully you guys follow along every Friday and you guys get something valuable out of this stream. Okay, so day 1. I'm going to go over setting up the Angular application, setting up Firebase, and then just pretty much an overview on how all this stuff works. So first off, let's just start with step 1, which is setting up an Angular application, which is super easy. If you go to cli.angular.io, you pretty much just follow these 4 steps exactly. So I already have these installed. But essentially, what you would do, if you just copy the first command, pm install -g angular/cli. If you hit enter on that, basically what happened is it would install Angular CLI globally on your machine, and then you can run the following command, which is ng-new, and essentially any command that starts with ng. So let's go ahead and just pretend that I already just installed that. It's probably still installing for you if this is your first time doing it. But I'll kind of give you an idea on how it looks when you're running this command. So for us, we want to create a new project, so ng-new, and we're pretty much just following these steps here. So ng-new, essentially that's how you scaffold a brand new project. So we can ng-new, and then whatever we want to call it, we can call this live edu Slack tutorial, right? But I want to do this in Sass, So let's see how we would do that. We can go to Stories, and we want to use a CSS preprocessor because that's what Sass is. And if you see here, it looks like we can just append a -- style tag, and then whatever extension we want to use. So in our case, if we want to use Sass, it's going to be style equals SCSS, and then we're going to go ahead and hit enter. It works kind of weird in my git bash, but hopefully it looks like it's working. So we'll wait for that to essentially scaffold my whole project. What it's going to give me is going to give me unit testing, linting, and a bunch of other things that we'll walk through once this actually finishes. It looks like right now it's just installing the npm packages, which can take a minute or two. So we'll wait for that to finish. While that's installing, let's go ahead and check out Firebase. We won't go too in depth with it right now, but I just want to get that loaded on the screen. We have the right account. Alright, cool. And essentially what Firebase is going to be, this is going to be our backend. Traditionally, what I would normally use is potentially like a Node.js with Socket.io. But instead of doing all this boilerplate and setting up authentication and all that stuff, Firebase gives that to me for free out of the box. Obviously, if you want to do more complicated things, you would have to start paying for that service. But again, I'm just going to have this loaded up for now, and we'll go more in depth of that as we start walking through the console. Looks like this is still loading, so we'll give that one more minute. Hopefully it speeds up. And then I'll kind of show you how to spin up the application. You can kind of see like how an Angular application looks like out of the box using the ng-new command. And it's actually very convenient because the biggest pain points before the CLI came out was having to learn how all these automated tooling systems worked. So whether you use like JSPM or like System.js or like Grunt, Gulp, Webpack, whatever you want to use, it was kind of up to you to learn that. So before you could even learn Angular, you kind of had to learn all this other stuff first. So it was kind of like a big pain point for everyone getting spun up. But now that they have the CLI, it's extremely easy just to start a project and get going. So it looks like it's done installing. So basically, all you literally got to do is do cd into the project. So what did we call it? We called it live edu Slack tutorial. So now we're in the project, and we literally just do ng serve, and basically what this is going to do is it's going to spin up a HTTP server that's going to be hosting our Angular application. And again, all I literally did was type in one command, and you're going to see everything we get out of the box. It's really awesome. All the other tools use it as well. Ember has an Ember CLI. React has another CLI that you can use to start up as well. But I like Angular CLI. It's really fun. So it looks like it's up. Looks like it's on 4200. So if I look at that, oh, did that not work? Isn't that up? Oh, I think I just killed it. Oopsies. Let's do that one more time. It could be git bash. I'll go ahead and just open up my regular command prompt just in case. Let's see. Whoop. Workspaces. And we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't auto kill it, but oh, I know why, because I tried to control click and highlight this. That's why it killed it. So now it should be up again. Sweet. So literally, all I did was literally, let's see here, I'll go bring it to the website so we can go through the documentation. I literally just npm installed Angular CLI, ng-new, and then I just called it live edu Slack tutorial, and then I just cd'd into it and ng served, and this is what you get out of the box. So you don't have to worry about setting up all this automating stuff. Everything out of the box is going to be awesome. So basically what you can do is it's going to have like a production build already set out for you. It's going to have a testing system for you. And let's go ahead and just kind of go into the code and see what that looks like. So I'll open that up. And I use Visual Studio Code. If you have never used Visual Studio Code, I highly recommend it. awesome text editor. Okay, so source, this is pretty much everything you see here was free from those commands I just showed you. You're going to have your basic app component, which is just pretty much your root component. This is what the root component looks like. So you have that. You also notice that it comes with a spec file, so you can do unit testing out of the box. Obviously, this is just some default stuff, but some very basic testing. But you can obviously build on this and make it more robust. The cool thing is that I didn't have to set anything up. This is already there. If I wanted to actually run it, you could literally just run npm run test or ng test that you can see here. And ng test will essentially run all your unit tests for you. We're not going to go over unit testing or anything crazy like that, but just know that out of the box you do get that with CLI. You can do linting. Linting's already set up out of the box. It comes in this tslint JSON file. It's just a default configuration, but you can go in and override some stuff if you think it's a little too strict or not strict enough. So you have your environment files. So whether you're in development or production, it will choose the right file accordingly. So if you had some variables specific to your production environment, like for instance maybe some kind of URL or some kind of some variable that you want to change between development and production, you can do that here. So this would be used for development, this would be used for production. So yeah, that's pretty straightforward. We have your entry point, so it goes ahead and gives us a SAS file that we can essentially put all our original styles in. So you can, based on SAS, you can use multiple files, but it kind of just gives you just one file for now, and then you can kind of build on that, and you'll kind of see how we kind of build on top of that. What else we got here? Okay, we have the CLI JSON file. This is pretty much the configuration on how the CLI is expected to run. So you can kind of see here styles. It kind of has that SAS file that we just went over. So basically, you know what the entry point of how it's going to get styles from. So, and you can add other ones if you want to. We're probably not going to. It's probably not even necessary, so we won't worry about that. Let's see here. What else we got here? We got some linting stuff. If you want to go ahead and override some linting commands or whatever. Again, we're probably not going to customize this at all. But I just kind of want to show you, like, if you were interested on kind of like hijacking the default CLI behavior or configuring it to something more that fits your use case better, you can do it here. So one that I typically will alter is this out directory, and this is basically when you build your application. This is the folder that it's going to output all your compiled code into, and it will just, so in this case it will just input this to dist. If I wanted to like change this to a production folder, I can, but we'll just leave it for dist for now. We won't worry about that. So let's see here, what else we got? Package.json, this is where, if you're not familiar with NPM, this is kind of how you're going to declare what kind of dependencies you want. As we start building the application, you're going to see that I'm going to be installing some other some dependencies, and you'll see what kind of NPM commands I run to make things show up in here. But basically, the duty of this is kind of for someone else who was going to clone this repo, like for instance you who are watching. I'll put this on GitHub later. What would happen is you would clone this repo down, just run npm install, and it would grab all these dependencies. So you don't have to worry. So you're not responsible for figuring out what exactly I use. This kind of shows you everything that I am depending on. So as you may or may not be familiar with this stuff, but just in case you aren't, I'm just going to go over that briefly, or I went over that briefly. But yeah, so not much going on here. We got assets. Assets is a folder that the CLI will go ahead and copy over to your production build for you. So for instance, images and stuff, or what other pictures, movies, videos, whatever. Any kind of media types you would put in your assets folder. So when you do build for production, it will literally just carry over that assets folder, and then you'll have all that stuff still there. Okay. So that aside, let's look at Firebase. Firebase is going to be our backend, and you can kind of think of Firebase as like a real-time database. Well, it is a real-time database, but it's essentially just one big JSON tree. So it's not going to be your typical relational database. Just literally think of it as a huge JSON object. that is fed to your application real time. So you can modify this JSON object however you please, and then you'll see results instantaneously on the screen. So for instance, in our chat application, when people are typing chats, right? Like say you're like Facebook Messenger or whatever, if I type the chat, essentially what would happen is another user that happens to be in the same channel would see your message immediately. And that all comes out of the box with Firebase, and it's awesome because, like I said earlier, you could set this up all yourself if you wanted to. I've done that before, but I mean, for Firebase, I literally just make an account and I'll get all these functionality like out of the box, and I don't have to do anything. It takes care of authentication for me, takes care of the real-time functionality for me, and you can see as we dive deeper into this course that you're gonna see how literally like there's no effort to be done for this kind of functionality, and it's really cool. I think it's very helpful, especially if you're doing prototyping type stuff. It's very good for prototyping. Like I was able to spin up like a Slack clone probably 5 times as fast as if I was doing a traditional way with like, you know, Node with like a mean stack, right? Node, Mongo, or Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. Okay, so what we're going to do is probably going to move a little bit faster than intended for my course. So let's go to the curriculum one more time. Let's see here. And hopefully this doesn't start the video. It might do it. I hope it doesn't. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's see. So we kind of went over setting up the Angular application with the CLI. And now we're going to set up Firebase. So I kind of gave you an introduction on what exactly Firebase kind of is. So that's kind of just like a global JSON tree that kind of gives you real-time functionality. So let's go ahead and set up a database for our specific application. And I'll show you how that's done. So you can literally sign in with just like Gmail. So if you go right here, it kind of just says, okay, who do you want to sign in with? This is a Google product, by the way. So you can use any Gmail account you want. And essentially, once you sign in with that, you have access to your account specifically. So if I want to add a project, all I literally need to do is add a project, and we'll call it Live EDU Slack Tutorial. Yep. So that looks good. We'll create the project. Let Firebase do its magic, whatever it's doing. I don't exactly know what's doing behind the scenes, but it's going to make our life a lot easier, and you'll see that shortly. Whenever that's done, let's see. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so now we're officially into our dashboard for our Firebase application, or for our Slack tutorial rather. And we're going to use a couple of these tabs over here. Some of these, well, most of these we're not going to use, but you feel free to go ahead and create your own account and kind of research each one of these categories. One we're definitely going to use, we're going to use authentication. So in our application, we need to know who people are, right? So we're going to have them log in with email, password, or we could use Google or whatever you want. It doesn't matter. But in our specific tutorial, we're just going to use email and password. So what you can do is you just do setup signup method, and you see all these little providers right here. So you can use Facebook login, Google login, Twitter, GitHub, whatever. But for us, let's just use email, password, hit save, and now our application is going to have email and password authentication set up for it, or it's configured for that. For the database, we're going to be using this one, and this is where our JSON object is going to be stored. If you're not familiar with what that would look like, I can kind of give you a brief thing. So when you think about JSON, right, you have a JSON object. So this is essentially what the database is going to look like. We're going to have like what? So we can say we can have like channels, right? Then like channels can have like users or something along those lines. Users, and that could be like a whole another spiel of users right here. So forth and so on. So if you're familiar with JSON, this is pretty much exactly what it's going to look like. And I can kind of show you that real time right now. So if you go to the database, say get started. Okay, so now this is pretty much the root of our JSON object. Typically, at least in our tutorial, we're not going to mess with anything right here. You can literally just hit the plus sign. You can kind of be like, okay, we're going to have channels, or we can just do like a quick little easy one. Do name. My name's Chris, right? And then we can do add another one. Let's just do last name, whatever. So now, as you see this is basically just the JSON tree visualized in this way right here. So I have a node, or I have a property named last name, another property named excuse me, I have a property last name, values Batista, another one named name, first name Chris. Okay, so obviously a question. So what is Slack? Probably should have talked about that. It's a good question. So Slack is literally just a chat application. So if you're familiar with Discord, or I guess Skype, or anything that just you can chat over, it's going to be very similar to that. So just think of, let's see if we can just create one real fast. Actually, I can show you Slack real fast on my desktop. But yeah, Slack is just a chat application or a chat client. So you can see here, this is my chat desktop app, or my Slack desktop app. And you can see here I have different channels right here, and each one has different people chatting in it. So we're gonna make something that looks almost identical to this. Yeah. So yeah, it looks like you got. But for everyone else that's not familiar with chat or with Slack, it's really just a chat client that has different chat rooms you can make, and it comes with a lot of other widgets that are baked in. But for our sake, we're literally just going to get to the point where you can log in, create a channel, join a channel, talk to other people, and that's probably as far as we'll get. But I mean, depending on how fast we go, we may go even beyond that and build some more complicated functionality. Okay, so sorry, a little sidetrack. So essentially, what we're going to see here is, normally you don't put your data in like this, so I'm going to go ahead and delete all this, but I just kind of want to give you an idea. If you wanted to see where your data, or what your data look like, you would go to your database section, and you would see your data in here as you're pushing it, and you can kind of see it update live. As we get more in depth with Firebase later on, I'll have this up and I'll be typing into the chat, and you can kind of see this JSON tree come to life as I type messages. And let's see, another question. Yeah, so by the end of this, what's going to happen is I'll host the chat client somewhere, and then we can all just talk to each other in the chat room, and you kind of see how that real-time functionality is working. It's really cool. Yeah, so by the end of this whole course, this will be public, at least our application will be publicly online, and then we can talk to each other. But obviously, you can also host it on yours. I'm going to show you how to deploy your own Firebase application at the end. So essentially, all of us are going to have our own little chat client on our own little Firebase instance individually, so we could join each other's. If other people want to share their Firebase clients with each other, we can join each other's and talk, or everyone can join mine at the end, and we can all kind of talk in there. But it'll be pretty cool. So by the end of this, you're going to have an actual product. So I hope that gets you guys excited, that you actually get to see something work for real, versus something just working only on your computer. I find things are a lot more. They feel a lot more real world when other people can actually use it, rather than you just doing it on your own computer. So as far as deploying applications, so we went through authentication tab, database, and then the last one we're going to be using is going to be hosting. So by the end of this course, after we're done building everything out, we're going to use the Firebase CLI to deploy our application to our account. And we're obviously not going to do that now, but essentially what would happen is you would see your application in this little dashboard with a URL, and then you could share that URL with other people, and they can join your application. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and kind of get in the weeds here. I think we're going to move a lot faster than expected, because essentially what we did already, we already went through all of this. And frankly, as we go through this, I'm still going to be talking about what the Angular application is doing, and I'm still going to be, explaining things about Firebase. So this section's, kind of quick. So let's kind of go into thinking about how we want to set up our Angular app. So let's think about what components we need, right? If you guys have like Slack pulled up, I can see if I can pull up Slack. Let's see here. Let's Google that. Oh, that's not Slack. Okay. Let's just look at an image of it so we can kind of see what exactly we need. Let me zoom in on that. I don't know if it gets any bigger. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see this picture of the actual application pretty good. So basically what's going to happen is our application is going to look very similar to this. So let's kind of start identifying what kind of components we're going to need, right? So, because back to Angular discussion, Angular is kind of based on web components. So each component meaning, for example, this sidebar is a component, right? Or this chat room itself is a component, or potentially each of these buttons could be a component, right? So just think of a component being essentially a DOM element on your page that you can kind of customize, and you can make it tailored or make it do whatever you want it to essentially via code. So looking at this picture, let's go ahead and get a notepad here. Let's go ahead and identify what kind of things we're going to need. For one thing that I can see immediately is one component, we're probably going to need a chat room, right? Because otherwise, how are we going to see our messages in our chat room? So think of our chat room as being this whole window right here. And let me know if you can't really see what I'm looking at right now, or if it's being laggy. If not, I'm just going to keep going. I haven't seen any complaints yet, so I'll keep going. So we have our chat room. Let me close this other one. Okay. Another one that you could probably think of, something we would need, probably a toolbar, right? Toolbar here, and we can think of the toolbar being this left-hand side of the page, right? So now we have two components. We have a toolbar and we have a chat room. Let's go ahead and just start doing those two right now, just as far as just stubbing them out in code. We're not actually going to do anything crazy with them, but we at least want to get those components in our code base. And I'll kind of show you how we would do that. Let's see. All right, and again, I'm using VS Code. You can feel free to use whatever editor you want. But yes, I highly recommend VS Code. It's so awesome. It has a lot of cool plugins you can get. But yeah, that aside, what I'm going to use is VS Code for the rest of this tutorial. If it makes it easier for you guys to follow me, you guys can install Visual Studio Code as well. Okay, so what we're going to do is, so we already identified that we're going to need a chat room component and a toolbar component. So let's go ahead and see, using the CLI, what that would look like. Let's go to the CLI. And again, this page, cli.angular.io, is going to be your best friend as you're learning the CLI and just Angular 2 in general. So we want to generate a component, right? So we see this ng generate command, and it says generate components, route services, pipes with a simple command. The CLI will also create simple test shells for all of these. All right, so that seems like something we want to use. So let's go ahead and try to use that command in our application. So we can just do, let's see, ng generate. And if you don't want to type out generate, you can use G, it's just another alias. And then you can do ng G for generate component, because that's what we want to make. We want to make a component. If you don't want to write out component, so you got another question. Question is, for database, you are using Firebase. Correct. So our entire backend is literally just going to be Firebase. Firebase is going to handle our authentication, and it's going to handle all our data storage. So all we literally need to worry about As far as us writing code is going to be just our Angular application, and then kind of talking with Firebase through Angular, and that's how we're going to pull our data. Does that answer your question? Cool. So back to this. So we're going to make a component. So what I have typed out now is ng, which is just how you prefix all your Angular CLI commands. I have space G for generate, space C for component, because that's what I want to make. And we'll call it chat room. And you're going to see in my console that it just created this new component for me. If you look at these next lines, it says that it created a component.html at this path. It created for us a test file, created for us a TypeScript file, and it also created a Sass file for us. And then you also notice that it updated our app.module.ts. I'll kind of show you what the app.module.ts is and what kind of role it plays. So if you're not familiar with Angular 2, this is essentially where you declare all your dependencies. If you're coming from Angular 1, Angular modules the modules in Angular 2 function almost or very similarly to modules in Angular 1 or Angular.JS for that rather. So let's find the app.module.ts folder. Okay, so now you can see here that we didn't type anything, but the CLI already injected this chat room component into our module file for us. Basically, the only way our application is going to know that we have the only way the application is going to know that we have a chat room component is if we define it in this module file. If it's not here, Angular's like, okay, I have no idea what chat room component is, and then it's as if we never made it. But you can see here that by just typing ng generate component chat room, it automatically took care of all these things that we would have otherwise done manually. And you can kind of see without the CLI, this would become very tedious. Every time I make a component, I'd be like, oh, okay, make a new component, what's it called? Toolbar component, and then I gotta find the path, which is like toolbar, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that just gets old real fast. So the CLI does everything for you, and it puts it in this declarations property right here. And you can see that it has the chat room component injected in here. And this is essentially where you're going to put all your components. All your components are going to go into your declarations property. If you're using any other modules, like maybe you wanted to use like some material library module, you could import that in here, right? So you can do like materials module or something like that. It would go in there. For providers, this is where your services are going to go. And think of services, services are essentially just an ES6 class and they're singletons. But essentially what's going to happen here is, like Angular.JS, we're typically going to share functionality throughout the application in a service. And typically what that functionality will look like would be like us making an HTTP call to Firebase, or maybe us holding state. So maybe we want to hold state for the authentication. That kind of tracks, you know, who's logged in, what's the name of the user. So there's some kind of use cases that we're going to be using a service in. And we don't have a service now, but as we progress through this application, you'll see that things will start showing up in this imports or in this providers property here. Okay, so I'm going to stop talking about that. Like I said, this all happened by just running that command. And now let's kind of go into our chat room component. We can kind of see what exactly was generated from the CLI. And I see a question, is the CLI free? Yeah, CLI is free. It's all open source too. At least I'm pretty sure it's open source. But yeah, you can literally just go to cli.angular.io, and I'll put this in the notes somewhere. You can go here right now if you want to, and it'll kind of show you instructions on how to install it, and then pretty much how to start, you know, generating your own application. And it kind of walks you through. It's very intuitive, very straightforward. But if you're running any issues on your own, feel free to message me on here, and I can kind of help you work through some issues. Okay, so back to the chat room component that we just made. You can see here that it gave me an HTML file. Obviously, it's very, you know, bare bones. It just has a paragraph tag that says chat room works. It also comes with a Sass file specifically for the chat room component, where you can start putting in styles that are specific only to your chat room component. You get a spec file This is how we can do our unit testing. We're not going to do any unit testing in this tutorial, but if you wanted to start trying to do unit testing, you can start putting in some other stuff here. And then our chat room component file, or our TypeScript file, this is where we're going to essentially dictate the behavior on how this component's going to work. Okay? So let's go ahead and make one more other component, which is going to be, I think we said, let's see. So we made the chat room, so that's done. But we didn't make the toolbar, so let's go ahead and make a toolbar. And I'll go ahead and type this the verbose way, just so you can kind of see what it would look like if I did it that way. So I have ng generate component toolbar. Hit enter. Let it do its magic. All right. Cool. Perfect. So you can see here, if we go to the module file, we have our toolbar component already there. It's already added to the array for declarations. And now, just like the chat room component, we have the HTML, Sass test file, and the TypeScript file. So you can see how easy it is to start adding components. Obviously, we're not going to do anything yet to these components, but these are, these are the first steps on adding it to your application. And you can kind of see, like, just by running 2 commands, I have these 2 directories that have, everything stubbed out for me. So it's very cool. Let's see here. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Let's see the curriculum one more time. Give me 1 second. Okay. Alright, core Angular components. Okay, we can probably finish this one today. And then maybe for next session, I'll kind of rewrite this a little bit and kind of shift things up. But we'll essentially move this one into session 1. We may not stub out all the core Angular components yet, but let's go ahead and knock out a decent amount of them, okay? Okay, so we have the chat room component, the toolbar component. So let's go back to the picture, which is right here. So we have this chat room right here, this toolbar. But let's go ahead and make another component that kind of surrounds both of these, right? Because right now we just have a chat room component kind of floating around, and we have this toolbar component kind of flying around. They don't really belong to anything. What I typically like to do is I like to just make like a home component, meaning, this is the home page, and the home page essentially, so the Slack is pretty much only one screen, so our home state is essentially just going to be a toolbar and a chat room. So let's go ahead and make a homeroom container, essentially. So think of the home component as like the border of this picture that's housing the toolbar and the chat room. So let's go ahead, let me close this Slack thing real fast. Let's go ahead and make a home component. So I'll do, instead of typing it out like I did right here, we're just gonna make our lives easier and just shorthand it and just do GC for generate component. So now we're going to have a home component, right? Cool. Okay, so right now what we have so far is a quick rundown again. We have the toolbar component, the chat room component, and then we're going to have a home component, which is essentially going to be the container around both of these components we just made. Make sense? Cool. All right. Let me actually open Slack one more time. I'm going to kind of show you what it looks like. Let me exit out of this. I should probably make a dummy Slack channel so we can kind of join it. Let's see. Okay, so when I open up Slack, typically what's going to happen is it's going to tell you to sign into a workspace. For the sake of simplicity for our application, we're not going to make you sign into a workspace with a URL, because we're not going to be hosting, other people's Slacks anywhere or other chat rooms anywhere else. What we're going to do is we're going to essentially replace this page with an authentication page. Let's just try something real fast. I think we just do continue. Let's see. Okay, so this is essentially what our pages look like. It's going to be like, what's your email address, blah, 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 right? So we're going to need a component for this, or we need something to represent this sign-in page, right? So right now, I'm going to keep iterating over this. Sorry if I sound like a broken record. Sorry, quick question. It says, will this be a web app? Yep, this is going to be a web application. The application I'm looking at right now is the desktop version of Slack, but ours will be on the internet, or ours will be, in the web browser. Okay, so back to this. We need a component for logging in, right? Otherwise, how are they going to log into our site? Because right now we only have toolbar and we only have a chat room. Those don't really help us accomplish the task of getting a user to sign in and authenticate. So what I'm going to do is, let's go ahead and just make another component called, let's call it login. You can call it anything. You can call it sign in page, whatever you want, but I'm going to call this login. But feel free to call it whatever you want. No big deal. Let's see. All right. Okay, so now we have our login component, and I'm not going to like you said, like everything else, it's always going to do everything for you when you use the component command. You can see every single component I made up till now is automatically put into here, and then you can see them also reflected underneath the app folder here. So these are all the components we made just by using the ng generate command. So literally, I've only touched the console at this point by just using these commands, nggc, and now we have all this stuff showing up in our, in our project, and I haven't even, typed a single line of code really. Okay, so back to this. Let's see what other components we may potentially need. This may be it for now. Let's see. So let me go ahead and just gonna log into this thing right now. Not right. Oh, okay, I know why. It's because this workspace, asdf/slack.com, doesn't exist. So let me sign into a different workspace. Actually, let's create one. I've never actually tried to create one. I probably should have tried to do that prior to this, but let's all learn together. So let's see. I'll use my email. Let's see. Alright, let me check my email real fast. 1 second. We'll put in that code. Actually, I can see it on my phone. So let's do this. 61. Sure. Let's make it Batista. And you'll notice that passwords must be 6 characters long. We're going to be, we're going to have the exact same password rules as Slack as well. So you will see we'll have some validation to our form. And we're going to be using this for school, I guess, because it's educational. I don't know how many people are going to be watching this, but we'll just do 51 to 100 people for now. I guess I'm a teacher, sure. Are you a manager or just sure? Yes, I'm a manager. Why not? What's your group called? Live.edu? That makes sense. Live-edu. So it's already taken. So Live-edu. Okay, cool. So we make that workspace. This way we can kind of use this as our test grounds as far as comparing functionality. But yeah, let's go ahead and connect to this. Okay, cool. So right now I made a Slack workspace specifically for this course named Live.edu. You can see my username here. You can see the channel that I joined automatically. I guess by default they have a general channel. For us, I don't know if, I guess we could potentially bake in a general channel. Sure, why not? But maybe we'll do that. But as far as what you can expect for your application to look like, these are the things that I plan on having. We're going to have the name of the workspace. We're going to have who's authenticated. We're going to have a channel section. We're going to have a channel list where you can click on each one and see messages from everybody across the world if people do join it. So you can see here as I toggle between these two channels, different messages. So we're going to have that functionality. We're going to have the functionality of creating a channel, and that kind of segues into us creating a new component, because you can see here that I need to make a new channel. Let's call this new component for the heck of it, because this is what we're going to do. And now you can see here I have a new component channel, and I auto joined that, and you can see that here. But pay attention here, we have a create a channel page. So that's probably a good place to actually put another component, a component responsible for creating a channel. And again, there's probably a million other ways other people would do this. This is just the way I decided to do it. So our last component, ngg c, not login, let's call it channel. Why not? You could call it channel editor. I don't know. Call it something, whatever you want to. Cool. So I think for the most part, it looks like we have most of our components stubbed out. So let's walk through this one more time. So we have our channel component, which is going to be where we create a channel, which is going to be this page right here. So we're going to have the exact same workflow. You're going to see a plus button on our application, and it's going to take you to this channel page, and this is where we're going to create it. Okay. We have another component named chat room. Essentially, obviously, a chat room is where you see messages and chat with other people. That's right here, this whole section right here. So we're going to have a chat room component. That's all here. Okay. Our next component, let's see, we have home. And that's essentially this entire page that you see now. It's going to be the container for every single component that we've created so far. So just think of home as just a shell or a Tupperware around all these components we just made. Like a Tupperware of Legos. Each Lego is a component we just made. I don't know, dumb analogy, but it kind of helps you visualize it. We have our login page. So if you saw here, so let's sign out, right? Hopefully I remember my information. Let's see. Live-edu. So our login component is going to be very similar to this page going forward. So we're going to have someone put in an email. We won't necessarily have a continue button. We're probably just going to consolidate it into one screen where it's just username and password. I don't really care to have a next button. It doesn't really make sense to me. So we have our login component, which you just saw me use. We're going to have something very similar to that, or at least do the same functionality. All right. And then we have this last component named toolbar. And the toolbar is pretty much everything you see to the left here. So the toolbar is going to help us sign in and out. It's going to help us create a channel, and it's going to help us join other channels so we can talk to other people. I mean, if you didn't have this toolbar, how are you going to switch to chat rooms, and how are you going to create new chat rooms and stuff like that? So it looks like as far as identifying all the main components, I think we're pretty much set. Like I said, our Slack clone is not going to be, as crazy detailed as the application you see here. This is this is an actual product that people have been developing for a long time. It's been out for a while. As to where ours, we're going to be creating over a couple hours or so. So the main goal for us is just to have an MVP where we can essentially log in. Once you log in, you can create a channel if you want to, or if you log in, you can join other channels that other people have made. So the idea is if all the people watching it right now, we all made a chat room, we would see all our chat rooms magically appear right here, and then we can join each other's chats, and we can be like, hey, what's up? So that's the user flow. So you can sign out, sign in, authenticate, obviously. Once you authenticate, you can join a chat room, talk to other people, and you'll see your name pop up next to your name, and you can have an avatar. I think for ours, I kind of just have a placeholder of like a kitty or something. So since we're just using username password, I'm just going to provide a picture for you. If you were going to use like Google sign in, it would just take your Gmail picture and throw it in here. But for now, I'm just going to put a default kitten picture because everybody likes kittens, right? So other than that, I think we've already made insanely good progress, and we basically wrote no code at all. Obviously, this is going to get a lot more intense as we start building out functionality. But you can see here, day one, let's do an overview of what we did so far today. So, what we did, we talked about Angular CLI, and that's just CLI Angular.io. So if you don't have that, obviously this video will still be available for replay. You can kind of follow along again, but install Angular CLI and run the commands that I run through. Very easy, like only 2 commands, I guess, 2 or 3 commands. We talked about that. We talked about Firebase. And again, if you don't really understand what Firebase is right now, it's going to become a lot more obvious as we start using it. I find it a lot easier to understand things if you actually use it versus like just hearing about it or reading about it. I need actual like real life practice first, just watching someone do it. But we talked about Firebase, and essentially that's going to be our backend, and that's going to store our that's going to handle our authentication. Let me see. Handles authentication. Can you guys see this? I just want to make sure my font isn't too small. So that's going to handle our authentication for us, and it's going to handle our data storage, which is, like we talked about before, it's just a big JSON tree. And we're going to talk, once we actually start storing stuff into our Firebase, we're going to kind of talk about how structuring data in Firebase is kind of different than your traditional relational database like MySQL or SQL Server or Oracle. Like, it's not a relational database. This is NoSQL. So if you're not used to NoSQL, it's going to be a little weird to get adjusted to. But I think once we actually start building out our models, it's going to make a lot more sense. If you kind of want to read about recommendations on how to structure your data, once you make your Firebase app or account, you can kind of go to the docs. You'll see it in your top right. It'll take you to the documentation page. You can kind of just hit guides. Let's see here, real-time database, and it'll kind of show you. And we're making a web application, so you want to go to the web section right here. And you can kind of just walk through each of these sections. They're not too long. You can get through them, probably like a 15-20 minute read. I would recommend before our next session that you kind of read over this, just so you can kind of expect so you kind of know what to expect rather. So yes, if you go through here, it kind of shows you how to structure your data. It kind of gives you a comparison on how you would structure your data in Firebase versus doing it, in a relational database, and then it kind of gives you reasoning on why you would structure it that way. But yeah, so again, once you make your Firebase account, there's going to be a link up here that says go to docs. You're going to click on guides. You're going to see real-time database, and you're going to click on the web section, and it's going to give you a quick little tutorial on how to structure your data. And essentially, I think the example here is very similar to what we're going to be doing for our application, maybe some slight modifications to what they've done here. But if you read through the structured data part, you'll pretty much have a full understanding, or not full understanding, but you would pretty much know what to expect on how we're going to structure our data, if that makes sense. Cool? Let's see. What else did we talk about? Oh yeah, we made components, duh. And we also went ahead and created our core Angular components. And we used the ng-gc command. Component name. Okay. So that's literally the only new command we used since we scaffolded the project. Let me kind of talk about the command I did here. I did ng new live edu. What do we call this? What's this thing? Live edu select tutorial. I'm just going to put these commands here so you can kind of reference this later if you want to use the same names. And then I use sass. If you don't declare a styles flag after this, it's going to just use standard CSS by default. Nothing wrong with either. I just like using Sass. But yeah, cool. So I'm going to do a quick rundown one more time. We use Angular CLI to scaffold our project. We use this site's documentation to accomplish that. And this is the command we ran. Literally just that. And then we talked about Firebase. We signed in with our Gmail account. And this is what's going to handle our data storage and our authentication. And then we went ahead and created X number of components. We created 1, 2, 3, 4. We created 5 components, literally with only using our console. And we literally just typed this command 5 different times, essentially, with the name of whatever we wanted to call it. So your name goes here. So yeah, so basically using the CLI, you can see how quick and how easy that was. I didn't have to go in and right-click new file or going through terminal and like make another file .ts. Like there's a lot of stuff. Like I think we've come along in technology to the point where we just don't need to keep doing this boilerplate stuff. But yeah, so I see a question. The question is, why did we? I guess he's talking about this command. Why did we do this 5 different times? Because if you see here, you can only generate 1 component at a time. So if you're looking at these 5 components here, we did this, we did this. I don't think you can chain these together. Like I'm not sure if you could. Maybe you can. I don't know if you can do like this. I've never actually tried to do that, but maybe I'll try it offline. But anyways, typically, at least what I do nowadays in my work is what I do. So these were the 5 commands that we ran. Cool? Let's go ahead and clean this up. Put that back. Oh, I'm getting all messed up here. Okay, so we literally ran these 6 commands. This and this, and look at everything we got out of the box. We have a whole entire site that has testing out of the box, linting out of the box. It already sets up our own local dev server for us. Let me go ahead and just show you how we would launch that. So ng serve to launch the application. So if I type ng serve, and keep in mind you have to be in the root of your application. So if you look at my path, it's already in there. So it looks like 4200 is in use already. Did I not? I think I might have left it up. Let me see. One second. So we can specify a different port for now. You typically don't have to do this. It's just that I have it running already. But just to show you live, I'm just going to launch it on another separate port. And we can kind of just show you. So it's already compiling our bundles for us. We'll wait for that to go. Blah, blah, blah. And you can see here it kind of has instructions. ng live development is on localhost 3000. Open your browser in localhost 3000. So if we go to 3000, oh man, I got too many tabs open. I'm getting all lost. Where am I? Cool. Let me just, I'm closing some windows. I'm getting all messed up. So if we go to localhost 3000, we're going to see, ta-da, our Angular app. You'll note that the 5 components we made, you're not going to see here. Everything's still pretty much boilerplate at this point. We'll start rendering those components and making it look like a Slack application next week. But for now, I would follow all these steps. This is pretty much building for the foundation for the rest of the course. So again, these 5 components, as we progress, we're going to start having a lot more code into these things. Because right now, they're all kind of it just has a constructor and a method. Nothing happening, nothing special happening. There's no markup. We're not rendering it on the page at all. As you can see here, it's just the default template that the CLI gives us out of the box. So next week, I'll just reiterate, we're going to actually start rendering these components on the page, and we're going to start styling them in a way that it's going to start looking like this desktop application that you see here. It may not be as pretty and as polished, but it's going to look pretty close, I guess, as far as at least colors or something. Maybe font should be the same, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, by the end of this tutorial, it's going to look very similar to what you see on my screen here. And then again, we're going to deploy it, and then we can actually, everyone can join, and we can talk to each other, you know, on the chat room. It'll be cool. So yeah, so tune in for next week. What I'm going to do now as an action item for myself after this stream's over, I'm going to go ahead and rewrite this whole curriculum, because I think we're going to go a lot faster than I thought we were going to go. And that's mainly due to how easy Firebase is, to be honest. And obviously we can do Q&As in the chat as we progress through each section, because I'm sure you guys are going to have some questions about, you know, things I've done or why I've done it this specific way. But yeah, so if you came in late or you didn't fully understand, this stream will be available for replay. You can kind of walk through it. The best things I can at least recommend you for now, just for something for you to be proactive about, you should read about the Angular CLI. Along with CLI, you should get familiar with Angular 2 if you're not familiar already. They have a tutorial called like the Tour of Heroes or something like that, where it kind of walks you through creating an actual application in Angular 2. You don't have to obviously do it if you don't want to, but you should at least read the documentation, so when you're watching this stream, you're not completely lost, right? So yeah, so along with that, I would recommend that you go ahead and create a Firebase account. So you literally just go to Firebase, firebase.google.com, go there, and it's going to ask you to log in. I'm already logged in, but if you don't have a Gmail account or whatever, you can make a Gmail account, create one, and then read the documentation that's in the docs. So if you go to console, you can go to docs, and in this docs you're going to see guides, and then you can kind of just look through here, let your curiosity direct you. But to show you what you should read about, we're going to be using authentication, and specifically the web, so you would go to authentication web. We're going to be using the real-time database for our chats. So real-time database, web, read through all that. And then we're going to be using hosting. You probably don't have to read the hosting stuff. It's very, very easy to do, and I'll have a stream specifically for deploying it. And then I'll probably have you guys try to join and authenticate on my application so we can start talking to each other. Cool? Let's see. So other than that, expect next week for us to start scaffolding or actually start making our application look like this. I like to do things where I can actually, or at least for this tutorial, I kind of want to make it look like a Slack tool first, and then add functionality afterwards, so it's kind of easier for you to visualize what I'm tying behaviors to. Otherwise, I don't know, I feel like it can get kind of lost if I just have like, you know, a very ugly looking page, there's no structure to it, I'm just clicking a button, you don't really have any context on what this button goes or what it's doing. So the goal is for the end of next session, it's going to look not exactly, but close to what we see right here. And then after that, we will start, you know, adding functionality, you know, authentication, creating channels, etc. So I hope you guys, you know, got some sort of, you got something valuable out of this tutorial so far. Obviously, we didn't do anything crazy, kind of just dipped our toes in the water. I'll also make a GitHub repo for this, so you can clone it if you want to, or you can literally just do it yourself and just follow the steps I did on the stream. Okay, so just look at the notes. I'll probably add notes below each section, unless there's another place where I can add it. I'm not exactly sure, but in the curriculum after session 1, I'll probably add some session admin notes where I'll point you to the repo and kind of just an overview of what you should look into. So basically this page here, I'll probably put some notes like that. Cool. All right, so I'll see you guys hopefully next Friday at 3. If anything changes, I'll let you know. You can just check the description for this course. But if more than likely I don't expect at least next Friday I should be here programming. But yeah, if anything goes on, I'll make sure to let you guys know. And I have an action item to update the curriculum. Cool. So if you have any questions or you thought maybe I was going too fast or something like that, feel free to reach out to me on the site, and I can kind of see where you fell behind and kind of give it a little bit better explanation. Cool. All right, guys. See you guys later. Thank you. All right, I'm going to get started now. Okay, we'll do a quick overview on what we went over so far. So this is only the second session. So session 1, we went ahead and set up the Angular application. We set up our Firebase account, kind of just talked about the general functionality of each tool, what kind of role they play, and then we started stubbing out our core Angular components. So for session 2, I kind of just want to go ahead and start building out those core components we made last session, and then also start tying Firebase into our application. So if you want, I put a link in the chat to the repo, or if you just on the page you should see a link to the repo if you don't have it. So you can just git clone this, so you can have exactly what I have on my computer, or if you were following along or doing something outside of the stream, you can just use whatever code base you have now. But yeah, if you go to this repo that's in the description, you will have all the code I have at this moment. So let me see here. So yeah, let me go ahead and open up that repo. Alright. Let me know if my mic's not loud enough or not, or if you can't hear me, just let me know. So this is pretty much what we have now. So last session we made these 5 components, and pretty much everything was built with the Angular CLI. So if you're not familiar with the commands we ran, they look sort of like ng generate component and then component name, whatever you wanted to name it. And essentially we just did that 5 different times, and it kind of gave you these default files in here for each component, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and spin this up, and all you need to do is just do ng serve. And that's going to essentially spin up a dev server for you and serve up all the local files that we have. And when we spin this up, you're probably not going to see anything because we haven't really implemented anything besides just stubbing out some files. But we can go ahead and see what this looks like once it's spun up. Alright, looks like that's up. Control click there. Okay, so this is pretty much the default page you get when you do scaffold a new project with the CLI. So it's kind of cool, so you don't have to do anything, you already see everything working out of the box. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of start gutting out this project. So we're going to remove all this stuff, and we're going to start replacing everything with what you see here. So going back to what we talked about last session, we're going to have a toolbar, which is this area, a chat room, a channel creation page, and a login page. If I log down, log back in, you would just see an input for like email and password. So we're going to go ahead and stub those out and start to make it sort of like what you see here. And again, if you're not familiar with what Slack is just a chat client, so you can just, anybody can join if it's a public server, or anyone can create channels and people can join your channels, right? So that's essentially what we're going to, this is going to be our final product at the end. So obviously what you see here, we have nothing like that, but let's go ahead and start stubbing some stuff out. Let's see here. So essentially the markup you were seeing is going to be right here in the app component, and essentially what the app component is kind of like your entry point into your application. So if you kind of look at the app.module folder, that kind of tells the application what kind of dependencies you have. You can see here you have a bootstrap component, and we call it app component. So that's essentially the starting point. So let's go ahead and remove all this stuff here. And let's just make sure it's working. We can just put test, test, test. And when I save it, we should see a live reload. Cool. So now we know that it's actually, things are working as expected, right? So let's go ahead and remove that. Now we should just see an empty page. Cool. Okay. So before we can really do anything, we probably want to start setting up our routing. Essentially what routing is going to do, routing is going to kind of tell the application when I hit a specific URL, I want you to serve this specific template with this functionality, right? So if I want to, like, you know, www.com or www.mysite.com/chatroom, that /chatroom would be basically recognized by the router, and the router would know when it sees /chatroom, it would know where to route you exactly. So let's go ahead and stub out the router. So I'll make a file here. And you can do this in your app.module file as well, but I like to go ahead and split them up into different files just so it's not so cluttered. Okay. Let's see here. What we need to serve routes, essentially what our routes are going to look like, it's going to be an array of routes. So do this, we have an array, and then we need to import our routes. Let's see here. Usually when you control period it should do it, but let me go ahead and just do this. Alright. And I think I may need a... No, looks like I have installed. Let me try that again. Okay, anyways. So now what a route would look like, it's an array of objects. Essentially, you'll get some IntelliSense since it's TypeScript. So if I type path, you can kind of see it automatically gave me that path property. So I'll go ahead and just stub out the initial path, which just means so you said, is it URL or template? Not sure what you mean by that. If you're talking about routes, I think it will start to make sense as I type this out more. But if I don't answer your question by the time we're done building out this router, I'll see if I can answer that. So right now, basically what the first property means is the path is nothing. So essentially it would be like, it will look something like that with nothing because there's nothing after that. So when there's nothing appended to the URL, we want it to match fully on that, meaning we want it to only, once it sees that space, don't try to do anything else. Because basically if you did mysite.com/myroute, essentially every route starts with an empty space or just an empty character, so it would match essentially on anything you put here. So when we say path match full, it means it can't have anything else. It should just only be a blank URL. So that basically enforces that. We have a component, which we're going to call our home component. And I can import that. Looks like it's working again. Right? So now we have our very first route. And basically what it says is when we go to our site, which in our case is only localhost 4200, it's going to match this router, and it's going to launch this home component. So let's go ahead and, so now that we have these routes, let's go ahead and finish this out. So this is actually its own module, and obviously convention, you always want to do, at least what I've seen and what I do normally, I put .module to kind of clarify that it's a module file. So we're going to go ahead and do module, right? And it takes imports, router module, and I'll kind of explain all this stuff in a second as I'm typing it out. But essentially what this does, what this is saying is for this router module, for the root, because it's the parent, or it's the only, it is the root of this module, use these routes, which is this array we just created. And every module you can export or import things, so we're also actually going to export the module that we made itself, so it looks like this. And basically what this allows us to do is allows other modules to import this so they can use it as well. You can do this. Let's see, app routing module. Cool. I think we need to import this. That's why it's complaining. Yep. Cool. Let's see. Why is it complaining here? Oh, exports. Okay. And now, so essentially, unfortunately, the CLI doesn't auto-generate this file for you. So you kind of just have to learn how to memorize it, essentially. I think one of the reasons why they chose not to actually scaffold this for you is just because routing can be just so dynamic and they can't predict what you're going to put in here. So this is going to be one of the manual steps you're going to have to take when creating your application. And again, I'll show you how we tie that into our main module. So if you come back in here, we have our app.module. Let's see, give me 1 second. I think I actually put this in the wrong directory. Let's actually drag this into our app. Cool. So now you see app.routing module, and then you see our app.module, which is like the main one, the king of everything, right? So, let's see here. Let's go ahead and implement this into our application. Give me 1 second. So we have everything here. Right. So what we need to do is we have this imports property here. This is essentially where we declare what kind of modules we want to use. But first, let me go ahead and import something. Give me 1 second. And what was this called? We call this app routing modules. So, did you see? Oh, I just closed something. If I put this app.route module here, basically it corresponds to this export. So as we importing it, it's going to say, okay, we imported a new module. What exactly can I use? And you declare what it can use through this exports. So if that makes sense, so I'm importing it, and it's going to grab whatever's in this exports here, which would be our router module, which is basically this whole file. So we import that. And now I believe we should have routing. Let me see. It looks like it's complaining about this path. It says we don't have a home component. But we definitely do. Let's see why. Oh, it's because I dragged it to a different directory. So we can just re-import that, and now everything's working honky-dory. So let's test and make sure this works. So we have this paragraph that says home works. Let's see what happens here. I may need to recompile this. Let me see. Nothing, app routing module. Let's just restart it. It might just be buggy, I guess. Okay. Let's ng serve that again, and hopefully it works this time. If not, we'll figure it out together. So I have a question. Which server are you using for hosting of this app? Right now it's just a local web server, which the CLI provides for you. But by the end of the course, we're going to be deploying the application to the actual Firebase site itself, or your own Firebase account. So you can see here it says, live development server is listening on localhost 4200, open your browser. So it's just a mock server essentially. Alright. It looks like that didn't want to work. 1 second. Why you know worky? So we need a full component. Let me see if I'm missing anything else. Give me 1 second. Let me look at my notes. But ideally, this should be working out. So I'm not sure why. That's no fun. Okay, so that didn't work because we don't have any routes to match it. So at least we know our routing is actually doing something. So home component, we go into home component, blah, blah, blah. Let's look at the template again. Oops. Anyways, well, we'll skip that for now. I don't know why it looks, I feel like I'm doing everything right, but oh wait, hold on. Anyways, let's go ahead and stub out the rest of our routing real quick, and then we'll get back to that. Okay, let's see, let me open up my notes again. Cool. Okay, so other routes we're going to need, other than going to the home page, we're going to need one for login. So I think we have a login component. So it's going to be pretty much rinse and repeat. So that login component, what else do we need? We need one for creating a channel, which we saw here. Alright. What was it called? Channel component? I think that makes sense. And we can have one that says when they just type in something that doesn't match any of these, we can redirect them to a specific path. So how we do that is going to be, oops, this will pretty much match anything, and then we can say redirect to, which is pretty much our home page. So if they typed like my URL slash like that, it would hit this path right here, and then it would reroute it to here, which would then load the home component. Right? Let's load that one more time. I'm actually really confused on why. So it looks like login's being recognized. Okay. Oh, I know why nothing's working. I'm so stupid. Okay. So our routing is intact, so you can see that as I type in things, we're not getting errors. So it is recognizing all these paths, right? But we haven't actually, we have to do something to the app component HTML itself to actually display the routes. Essentially, we got to put a tag somewhere where the template of this specific component can be rendered in the site. Sorry, that was a hiccup on my part. So how we do that, let's see here. We have something that's called a router outlet, like that. And essentially what that's going to do is it's going to take our route, it's going to take this component and render it wherever it sees this HTML tag, or wherever it sees this tag. So see, now we see channel works. So if I go to login, login works, and then if we go to the home page, you should see home works. Cool, so we have home, and then we can test our one router that matches anything and then redirects them. So if we do that, it should redirect them to home. Cool. Awesome. So looks like everything's working now. So now that we have the home page working and all the routes working, we can actually start messing with HTML so it can kind of start looking like this more. So you said, so I have a question, would you recommend any server if we make this app? Yeah, so if you follow along step by step, we're going to be deploying, well, what we did the first session is we made an actual account on the Firebase site. So if you went to firebase.google.com, you could just use your Gmail account. And essentially what's going to happen is by the end of this tutorial, we're actually going to be hosting our application on this page right here. And then you can kind of share the URL with other people. We'll get to that obviously near the end. But just for now, we're just going to be doing it locally on our computer, and then when we're done, we'll essentially move it to this hosting environment. And that way you can show your friends and family or whatever, whoever you want, and you can chat with them live. So it'll be pretty cool. All right, so now that we have the home component, let's go ahead and define what exactly we think this home component should look like. So let's go ahead and look at the Slack app again. And to me, when I think of a home component, it's essentially going to be everything you see on this page, right? I consider this the home state for me. And then the home state is then made up of other building blocks, right? So if you look at this, I see two immediate components, right? I see one component here, which is the toolbar, and then I see another component right here, which is essentially our chat room, right? So to me, at least for the sake of just keeping it very simple, we can essentially just inject those two components into our home template. And I'll show you how that would work. Let's see. So this is our home template. This is what we were just looking at on this page, right? Here we go, this page. So now we have nothing. Let's see. Sorry, I had a message. Okay, so we have a blank canvas. What do we want? We said we wanted the toolbar, and then we said we wanted a chat room, right? So how do we do that? So we see that we have a chat room component, which just has a template now of just chat room works. And then we also have a toolbar component that just says toolbar works. And we want these two components to be the building blocks of this home component. So how can we do that? If you look at the actual chat room file, you can see these selectors right here. And what these selectors translate into are going to look like an HTML tag. So for us, let's see, we have app.chatroom right here. And we'll have that autocomplete for us. And then we also want, what was the other one? App.toolbar. Okay. So now this is pretty much saying, I want you to render these two components in this HTML file, which is our home template. So now if I look at the page, I now see toolbar showing up, and I now see chat room showing up. So now it's cool. Right now you see we have two components, and then obviously one big container component, which is our home state. So let's kind of start making our toolbar look more like a toolbar, right? I'm going to kind of just paste some CSS that I have here versus you guys having me kind of figure it out as I go. So let's see, let's go to the toolbar. And essentially with every component you can attach a SAS file to it. And what that pretty much does, it kind of encapsulates the CSS within your component. So you kind of just have your own little reusable component that you can pass on to other people. So when they get it, they would see the exact same thing in their project, as long as you have styles coupled with it. So in our toolbar component, I just pasted in a buttload of HTML. Let's see if it actually works if I just paste it. Probably not, because I need some classes, duh. Okay. Let's see, so let's kind of start. So now that we have the CSS, we can kind of start building out the HTML. So this is the HTML file here. Okay, so I'll have a container called, I don't know why I did that. Div.toolbar. And if we look at the actual application, it has title, has username, some channel stuff. Well, essentially we can just call these category headers, and then you can see like a list of channels. Let's see. I have a question. Is there a limit on how many people can join? I'm not sure, to be honest. I haven't hit that. I mean, I'm assuming it's a lot of connections you can have. If you go over like a certain amount of connections, you do have to pay for the service. You can kind of just look on the Slack pricing guide, or not the Slack, the Firebase pricing guide, and see how many connections you can have. Since this is a fairly small application and it's more for just academic purposes, I don't imagine you hitting that threshold to where you need to start paying. But yeah. So let's see, we have H3, and we can call it namespace title, and let's just call it Slack for now. Let's see what that has here. Where's our app? Whoop. Okay, cool. So now we see Slack showing up, kind of similar, right? A little bit. Now you see we have purple going on, so it's starting to look a little bit better than what it was, right? Okay, so we have that. What else do we need? We need something to display the username in, and we need the channel list, right? So let's see, we can do span. For us, we're only going to have user emails because the authentication I'm using is only email password. But yeah, for now we can just be like test email, right? And let's see, we need like a category header, which was probably channels. So we can do a category header. And let's see, that had, what was inside of that? Oh, we need a create button to create the channels. So we can say inside of that, go ahead and put a create channel button. Cool. Let's kind of fix that. So what I kind of put out here, I'm going to kind of mimic this channel header with this channel button, right? Let's see. And we got to name it something. So let's put channels. Let's make sure everything looks okay. Okay, so now we see the channels thing here. Let's see. Oh, I need to put a plus sign here. Sorry. Let that refresh. Cool. So now we have a channels thing, and we have a plus icon to where we can create a channel. Okay. So now what we need to display? We need to display the list of channels now. So what would that look like? We would call it channels, and then for each li would be a channel, right? And then actually let's do this. li channel times 4, and let's kind of just make up some stuff. Test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. So let's see what that looks like. Cool. So now we have some test channels. One sec. Sorry, I just had to check something. All right. So somewhat looking like it, right? Better than what we had before. Let's see here. So now we have our channel set up. What else do we need? I think that's it for now, but I think that's as far as we're gonna take the toolbar for now. So let's kind of make the chat room itself come to life. Let's see what that would look like. Pull my notes up. So for here, we can see that we have a chat room name that shows up top here. We can see an input box, and then we can kind of see that it has username and like an avatar or whatever. So let's go ahead and start stuffing stuff out there. Start making this come to life a little bit better. Okay, close all this extra stuff. And then again, I'm going to kind of go ahead and paste the chat room CSS so you guys don't have to watch me do all this stuff. And then I'll kind of build the HTML out manually. Okay. So now if we do this, we shouldn't see anything for the chat room anymore. Cool. Alright. So surrounding container is probably a chat room. So we'll have the surrounding container. Oops. And it has a header, which is the channel name. Let's see. I see a question. This clone can be opened by any browser. Do we need something installed like Flash? Nope. This is purely all JavaScript. So essentially all you're going to do is type in a URL, and it should all just work just because, you know, JavaScript works on all browsers typically, right? Yeah, you're not going to need any crazy setup. You're essentially just going to deploy HTML JavaScript code, and then it should just work, and you shouldn't have to worry about installing Java or any kind of plugins. It should all just be pretty. It should be quite simple in setting it up. But yeah, let me know if that didn't answer your question. Let's see. So we do need a header because we need to know the name of the actual chat room that we're in. And let's kind of just put a fake one in there for now. Let's call it our channel. I think that's it. And I think I'm going to put, I think at least in mine, I put like a logout button. So it's not going to look exactly like the actual Slack clone, but I'm kind of just going to put a logout button so it's easier for us when we start doing authentication. We can start clicking that button to quickly log in and log out. Let's put logout there. Let's see what we have so far. Okay. Chat room. Okay, so it looks like I need to put some margins to the left, which we can address later. That's more of like a parent CSS we got to do. Actually, let's go ahead and do that now. Let me pull that up. So if we inspect this, let's see, div chat room. We can probably give that margin left. Let's see what this looks like. Cool. So we'll probably end up doing something like that. Right now, I don't think I have the CSS in there right now. Let me pull that up real fast. Okay, we'll leave that as it is right now. Okay, what do we need? We need to also display the messages so we can actually see what people type to us. So usually when you see a list of messages, typically semantically, you want to use the unordered list tag, and we'll call that, you will call that with a class of messages. Let's see here, and then it's going to be built up of line items with the message class. Okay, and we want to display that avatar, so we can do div.avatar, and in that avatar, we're probably going to have an image so you can see this little square image there. So we're going to go ahead and make something like that. Let's see, image source. So we have an image tag. I don't think we're going to have a source yet. Actually, we can just make one up. Let me see. Let's go to, I think it's place kittens. Yeah, this one's cool. So we can kind of just pick one real fast. Let's see what this does. Okay, let's pick this one. Let's see what happens here. So we have that. Let's see if it actually shows up. Hopefully it does. Actually, we don't have any messages yet, so hold on. Let's just keep building this out, and then we'll polish it up as we get closer and closer. So we have an avatar that's going to have an image. And now we're going to have the actual like message metadata, which is going to be like timestamp, username, and the actual message itself. So I decided to just call it message metadata. That made sense to me. So we need somewhere for the username. And so we'll just type a dummy thing called use, or let's call it my name for now. Chris.Tista. Alright. What else do we have in metadata? We have the timestamp. And let's just put something in there for now. 2017, right? Sure. We have the timestamp, and then we actually need the actual message itself. And we like just put a placeholder in there. Hello, I am a message. Cool. Let me find CSS that's actually going to put the margins for me, just so I make sure I have everything in line. Not sure what I did with that. So it should be on here. Margin left. Chat room component. That's weird. Wait, it says margin left right here. So let's see why that's not working. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, I see. Stupid autocomplete. You put an app-chat room on there. To actually add custom emojis, I'm not sure, but I'll figure that out for you and bring that up next session for sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a library that you can use that will literally just parse whatever characters for you. But as we get into the actual messaging part, we can look farther into that. Okay, so it looks like my CSS is being a little weird. Chat room header. What is this stuff? See why it's being weird. Give me 1 second. I feel like these classes aren't being applied. So we have avatar. Oh, I have a typo. I'm so dumb. Meta day. We need a TA right there. Now that should reflect now. Cool. Alright. Yay for live coding, right? Okay, cool. So now we have something, we're getting there, right? So if I did a bunch of these, until we actually have real messages, we'll just have some placeholders for now. Cool. So now, we kind of have somewhat of a Slack application. So you can see here, obviously it's not going to look exactly like it. I'm not going to spend a long time worrying about that. But you can see here now we're starting to get a little bit more shape to our app. So as we start adding functionality, it's going to make a little more sense to you because you can actually see like a user flow. So what are we missing? I think we're missing this chat box down here. So let's go ahead and add this little chat box. Let's see. Let's see what we should call this. We should call this. So when we can div, that's going to go at the bottom. Let's call that message input container. And again, I'm going to push this. So after every session, I'm going to push all this code to GitHub. It's on the description on the channel. So obviously, if you're not following along or anything, you can kind of, before every session, you can just do a git pull, grab the latest, and then you'll always be starting from what I started at. Cool. So we have our message and container, and I need somewhere to type the message. So let's give them type text, and let's see, let's give them a placeholder. I don't think we need a name or an ID. Let's just say message channel. Or please enter a message. That's more polite, I guess, right? Okay. So hopefully we see something show up here. Uh-oh, got an error? No? Oh, it's showing up down here. That's weird. Let me zoom out. Maybe I have another typo. Oh, I know why, because of our wrapper. I think we're going to need to use a wrapper class. One second. My notes. Okay, this is what we're missing. So let's go back here. We don't actually have any wrapper around our outlet. We're kind of just spitting out whatever template shows up. So usually I have a wrapper class. So I'll just do that. Do that wrapper, and this will kind of contain everything that we're going to put in there, right? And then let's give it some CSS so it knows how to shape it. And that's going to look like this. So I have a min height of 100% of view height, and then a min width of 720. Cool. So you can see now my page is showing up here. Cool. We have some scroll bars, which is kind of weird, but we can fix that later. I'm not too worried about that right now. We can kind of look at it real quick and see if it's a quick fix. So go wrapper. Maybe we can just do this. Yeah, that's too hacky. I'm not gonna do that. I think what's doing it is the toolbar. So you guys can watch me live debug. If I remove that, it should go away. Yep. So it's something wrong with this. So let's look at the CSS and see if we can do a quick fix on that. And it looks like the width is too much. It says width 100%. And I guess we could just make it 90. Oh, it's this. This is what's doing it. Okay. So let's give our message input container a width of like 90 or something. Ideally, it should have just took the 100% of the parent, but whatever. Well, for now, maybe I'll fix that off the screen or off air. Just to get rid of those annoying scroll bars, we can see this now. It's a little too small. Try 95. Good enough for me. So now we have message bar, which looks a little too tall, but I'll adjust that later. Let me zoom out a little bit. Cool. Okay, so now we have all that. What else do we want to do? We have our channel, we have our messages. Ooh, we can So that's our home state. Let's kind of start doing the login page too. So before you can even log into this, or before you can even see the screen we were just on, you would need to be authenticated, right? So let's kind of build out what that page would look like. This is going to be a little bit more complex because it's going to be dealing with a form. So I'm going to kind of go through this a little fast, just for the sake of time. But then again, you can always grab this from the repo. So I'm essentially just going to put a form in here. And we're going to have to actually put some code and some CSS in here too. Let me get the CSS. But for the most part, we're just going to have default form stylings. I can't remember if I'm using Bootstrap. I might need to use Bootstrap too. Let me check. Because I think that may have to do with why we're seeing some issues here. Looks like I am using Bootstrap. I don't know if I actually installed that. If not, I'll fix it for you. Yeah, so it looks like we don't have any Bootstrap, so the reason why we're getting some odd stuff is because I'm using like the reset that's in the library that kind of resets some core components to HTML, but I'll adjust that later. For now, what really matters is just everything that I'm typing now. But yeah, let me go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and put what I have, and I'm going to go back and kind of walk through it. I'll go over this part kind of fast because as we actually start going through the user flow, you're going to see me having to actually, explain it again as I go through it. So let me grab that code real fast. And don't be alarmed by the mass amounts of code you see here. Actually, we don't have to type in anything yet. Let's do this. Let's just remove all the actual Angular stuff out of here. So for now, let's just have a base H3, which is just going to be please sign in. We have a form. Let's do this. Let me just remove all this stuff. We'll keep it bare bones. There's no need for us to do all this silly stuff right now. So we need somewhere for them to put their email, right? So that's literally just an input type text form, right? And again, this form control class is from Bootstrap. So once we walk through this, I'll go ahead and add Bootstrap, and you can kind of see how I do that. But this is a Bootstrap class right here. This is a Bootstrap class. So it's going to look not very good after I'm done doing all this stuff, but it'll be okay. We'll live. We will live. Okay, so we have our base form. Let's see, remove this stuff. Let's see what that does. I may still have some code. Okay. So at least we have a form here, right? So assuming this looked really nice, right? Obviously it doesn't look nice right now. Once they logged in, hit login, they would then come to this page, and then they would see their email, and then they could see every channel available, right? So let's go back to login. And I'm going to go ahead and add the Bootstrap class. I'm going to kind of show you what kind of documentation I do to add that. So with the CLI documentation, they kind of walk you through a lot of stuff. So if you do go to stories, I can say I want to add Bootstrap. We can see this Bootstrap link right here. And let's see. Let's do that. I think for me, I want to use the SAS one. So I think it's called Bootstrap SAS. Let me make sure though. Bootstrap SAS. So let's go ahead and install that in this one right here. So I'm going to kill my server and kind of just start. I should have done the Bootstrap stuff first, but for some reason I thought I had it already. So let's do. I don't think we need save anymore, so let's do that. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, so now we should have Bootstrap installed, and let's go to our style.sas folder. And what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to import that. So if I do that, so if I essentially if I went to this path, you would see the Bootstrap dependency I just installed. Let me make sure it's installed properly. So if we go here and we go to, so it says node modules, Bootstrap SaaS. Cool. And then would be assets, style sheets, and then this file. Cool. So this essentially will install all of that for us, or will not install, it will import that CSS into our style.scss file. So then we'll have access to all the classes that Bootstrap has. So we'll see what happens here. And now that we have that import, I could probably fix the chat room input bar, because it should start working, maybe. If not, not a big deal, we'll live. Like I just want to get the base Bootstrap stuff in, so our form controls don't look completely terrible. What is this? Oh, so it looks like we don't have the fonts. Let me make sure the fonts are in here. Should have came with it, but let's make sure. Could also be our paths. Let me see. Oh, okay, yeah. So there's another step I missed. So one thing we're going to need is variables. So you can see here, I think, oh, so this is the actual SaaS step-by-step. So what we did was I did npm install bootstrap SaaS, and now it says create an empty variable file, and then put this in that variable file. So let's go ahead and do that real fast. So you can see here I clearly didn't memorize anything. It's all about documentation. So documentation will save your life as it is saving my life right now. So it says we need a variables file, so let's go ahead and make that. And let's look at the path that said we needed, this one. And again, I don't try to like reverse engineer this stuff, I just follow the instructions and then go on with my day. So then now, let me see. So I have a question. I know Slack can integrate with Google Drive. Will you show us how to do that in your clone? So this is going to be a very base version of the clone. It's not going to be anywhere near as robust as the actual application itself. So as far as functionalities that we're going to get to, it's going to be logging in, logging out, creating a channel, joining a channel, and essentially just talking to other people in each of those channels. And you'll see how each message is, bucketed in each channel. That's probably as far as we're going to take it. But now by then you'll have the same code that I have, so you could probably start building on top of that, right? Because right now I'm kind of just giving you the foundation, and then from that you can, add any other feature you want, right? But yeah, that's probably as far as we're going to take it. Because at the end of the day, I just want to show you how to just make a simple chat client, with Firebase. But yeah, so going back to this, I think what we need to do now is import the variables file into our SAS file. I think it said put it above. Let's make sure. Yep. So now when I do ng serve, hopefully those errors go away. Hopefully they do. Wait for that to build. We should see this refresh. Almost done. Cool. Compiling again. Alright. So it looked like we didn't get any errors, so that's good. Cool. Look how much better that looks just by importing Bootstrap. To me, I think that's super awesome. Like, I didn't have to do anything crazy. I'm just utilizing all the helper classes from Bootstrap. Again, you don't have to use Bootstrap if you don't want to. We're just using Bootstrap for this tutorial for the sake of just not having to write so much CSS. Oops, that's not the name of the route. Cool. So user flow that we have built out so far is we have this right here. And we have a login button. So we'll pretend that login worked. Once we hit login, we would expect it to come to this page and you can start joining channels. One last component I'm going to make or stub out before we part today is going to be the channel creation one. So let's go ahead and look at the channel creation Let's close all this stuff. We have our channel component, and let's see, we need the Sass, and we're going to need the HTML. And again, rinse and repeat. I'm going to grab all the CSS I have that I've done previously. And you can imagine that this is going to look very similar to the login page, because at the end of the day, it's just a form, right? So I'll go ahead and paste that form syntax, but I'll go ahead and take out like the Angular specific stuff. We'll walk through that step by step when we get there. So we won't need any of this stuff right now. We'll be wiring that up as we get there. I just want to kind of show you what it will look like from a UI perspective. Cool. So if you go to channel, cool. So that's all we need. And I'll kind of just walk through the HTML. It's literally just a form that has one input, and then we just have a button that does the submit action or the save action. So ideally, if you hit cancel, it would take you back to home. If you hit create, what it would do is, or what we're going to do is, when you hit the create button, it will take you to the home state, and then you would automatically join the channel you just made, right? Because I mean, it wouldn't make sense for you to create a channel and then not be in it automatically. So we can, if we use the actual application, we can do another test channel. So we do that, and then you can see that I joined it automatically. One last thing that I think we need to make, we need to actually change the font, now that I think about it. So let me show you how I'll do that without actually doing anything crazy. It should be relatively easy. If you guys aren't familiar with Google Fonts, that's what we're going to be using. I think I typed that wrong. Okay. So what I typically do is, what we're going to use is, and what I think Slack uses is Lato. So we're going to be using this one. So I already have a link to this, but essentially you can see here, it'll give me a link to that. So we can literally just paste that in our index.html, and then with some other CSS we can start using that font right away. So let's find our index.html. Let's go ahead and paste that. And now we're going to actually need to use this font family in our CSS. So if we go to our styles, or it's not styles, oh yeah, it is styles. So we basically want to say everything in my body, I want to use the Lato tag, or the Lato font family. We can just do font family. Oh, Jesus. Let's see. We'll do double quotes. Why not? No, we'll do that. Lato. And then as a fallback, we'll do sans serif. Oh yeah, let's do overflow. I have some other additional styles that I have that I'll just go ahead and just add real quick. We always want bio to be 100%, and we'll have the background be white. Cool. Let's see if it picks up that font automatically. Not sure if it did. Let's make sure. I may have to restart the server to pull it in. I think that's it. Looks like it's it. Let's make sure. I honestly don't remember what it looked like without it. So let's uncomment that and see if it changed. Okay, yeah, it's definitely using the font. Okay, cool. So we did a decent amount in this 1 hour. Again, I'm going to push this to the GitHub repo, which is in the description. But pretty much what we did today was we set up the routing. Let me go ahead and walk through that one more time. Let's see here. Minimize all this stuff, close all this because it's going to get confusing. So the first thing we did today is we made a routing module. And as we discussed earlier, essentially that's going to take the last part of the slash right here, like login or whatever. And the router is going to match that to whatever we see in this array of objects. And each of these essentially represent each path. So you can see here, as part of our home state, we're going to have we're going to have a blank the blank route, right? So after our actual root URL, we don't have anything after that, which would take us to our home state. And that's basically what this is saying. So we can see when we don't actually append another path or another route, it takes us to our home. If we do /login, like that, I'll go ahead and just put like a, what it would look like. Let's not use Google, let's do, just so you can kind of give an idea of what the actual route would look like. And then here, it would be channel. And then, for instance, if we just did reroute to home state. Cool. So this was the first thing we did there. We made this route. After we made that route, we went ahead and made a place for these routes to actually display in. And we did that by going to the app components HTML file and putting this router outlet tag. And this router outlet tag is going to be the key to essentially rendering your components in. So once the router finds a component, it's going to look for this router outlet tag in the HTML, and it's going to render this component in these tags. Right? So that's the second step we did. The other steps, we went ahead and started, well actually after the second step after that, what we did was we went to our home state, and we already declared that our home state's going to essentially encapsulate all of our components. And we basically stated that from looking at the Slack app right here, it kind of has two main components. You can obviously get way more granular with whatever you want to componentize. But for the sake of this tutorial, we're only making two components, which is this toolbar and this chat room. So we went ahead and did that here. And how we determine what kind of tag we're going to use, if we go to the actual toolbar component file, we have this selector here. And basically that selector just says, hey, make an HTML tag, and wherever I see this in the actual tag, we're going to render this component right here. And the same thing for chat room. If I went to chat room, you would see, oops, that's not chat room. If I went to chat room, you would see app.chatroom. Cool? And that's how these two get rendered. And other than that, basically all we did was we kind of just styled everything and stubbed out some HTML. None of it actually has any behavior yet. This is all static right now. So hopefully next class, I think we actually fell a little bit behind. I think it took a little bit longer to do this than I thought it would. So next class, what we're going to do is we're going to actually connect our Firebase application to the site you see here. Meaning we're going to kind of start pulling data in and saving stuff. But right now you can actually see, it gives you more of like a feel that we have a real application kind of coming to fruition. Because now you can see that we have this sidebar, you can see that we have an add a channel, you can see the channels that we made, and you can see the messages with the timestamps and everything. So obviously right now it's all static, but as we tie in our Firebase application, all this stuff's going to be being pulled from our Slack database, or Slack JSON object, if you will. But yeah, I'll go ahead and after I sign off here, I will push this to the repo, so you should be able to, there should be a README too. So if you pull from this repo, it's going to kind of give you the steps you need to get this up and running. So you would pull it, npm install, and then you could, essentially you can ng serve. But if you don't have Angular CLI installed yet, you're going to need to go to the CLI website and just follow the instructions on how to install it. So you can see installation stuff. Just follow those steps, and you will literally see exactly what I see here. So if you come back next week, I would recommend you go ahead and pull that repo down now. You can type whatever, you can mess with it, you can change some of my CSS stylings if you don't like it. But the main goal is for us to all start at somewhat the same code base every session. So you can kind of click around and follow along with me. I do realize an hour is kind of short, but today all we really did was just type out some CSS and just put some HTML structure to all our components. So after this, you can pull and kind of just, if you're interested in what I did for the CSS stuff, you can go ahead and read through that and click around. But yeah, so all the routes are done. I'll go ahead and put that in the show notes. Let me go ahead and make some notes here. So we did routes, we made HTML structure to components, and styled them. I think that's it for now. So next week we'll definitely start getting into the more full stack side of things. So we will tie in Firebase, and then we will start actually signing in, meaning this logout button will do something, the login page will start to do stuff. Oh, that's the wrong path. Let me put this in here. We'll actually start to have some authentication. So yeah, I think first we'll start off with tying in Firebase, and then the first feature we're going to actually have is authentication. And depending on how fast that goes, we can start going into channel creation and saving messages. But yeah, so hopefully you guys got something out of it. I feel the fact that it actually looks like something now is a little more helpful. It kind of gets me more excited on actually making this come to life, because right now, like I said, it's just static HTML. But yeah, so tune in next Friday at 3. If anything changes, I'll be sure to update the notes in my description. Yeah, thanks for coming, thanks for watching. I see some people from last week, so that's really cool to see some repeats coming in. And if you have any recommendations, if I'm going too fast, if I'm going too slow, just feel free to message me on the live EDU site. But yeah, I'll definitely be back next Friday, and it should be a lot more exciting than watching me paste CSS and HTML. Okay, thanks for watching, guys. Thank you. Alright, so I think today we're going to go ahead and tie in authentication. So let me go ahead, what we need to actually do authentication, we're going to need to leverage a library called Angular.JS 2. So I'm pretty much just going to walk through these instructions and get everything set up. So to install this module, npm install Firebase Angular.JS 2 --save. So I'm just going to go ahead and install that real fast. Let me kill this, paste that in there, and we'll go ahead and save Angular Firebase and Firebase itself. So while that loads, let's go ahead and follow the instructions here. Let's see. Getting started with Firebase authentication. Well, actually, before we do that, we actually have to attach our Firebase instance to our application. And let's see where it says that in the instructions here. Let me see, installation setup. Okay. So it says open our environments.ts file, and we're going to go ahead and paste this environment object in there. So let's go ahead and do that. So environments.ts. Okay. Alright, so it looks like what we need to do now is go ahead and plug in all these properties that were stubbed out for us, and how we go ahead and find those values is we go to our Firebase console. So you just go ahead and open your own Firebase instance that you've created. You click on authentication, and you're going to see web setup. So web setup is basically everywhere that's going to have your API keys and just various URLs that you're going to need. So let's go ahead and paste that stuff in there. And you can see that it's pretty much going to look exactly the same here. So make sure we have everything. I think that's all we need to do. Okay. So now we have our keys from our Firebase app. So let's see what it says in the instructions now. So we went ahead and added the Firebase config to our environments variables. So now let's go ahead and set up or import the Angular Fire module. So if you look at these instructions, it looks like in our imports array, we're going to need to have Angular Fire module initialize app. And you can see here that it's going to grab our Firebase object that we just put in our environment file. So let's go ahead and go to that module. And I think we just paste it here. And let's go ahead and just pretty much copy and paste their imports. I think that should be it. So that squiggly should go away. Okay, awesome. So right now what we're doing now is, for people that just joined a little late, is we're now attaching our Firebase instance to our actual application. So it's going to start actually becoming more full stack after we finish setting this up. And I'm pretty much just using the Angular Fire 2 library, and I'm just going through the installation instructions, and so that's where we are now. So we have the module already in here. Let's see if there's anything else we need to do in here. I don't believe so. I think that might be it. Oh, I think we need 2 other modules actually. So we're going to need Firestore and the auth module. So let's go ahead and import that stuff in here. Dun, dun, dun. And then we can just import that. I don't know why my auto importer is not working lately. Let's just copy and paste it from here. Just make sure we got all of them. So why is this still squiggly? Okay, cool. Okay, so now we have Angular Fire module, our database module so we can retrieve our data, and our Fire Auth module is just going to be used for authentication. And I have a question that just says, why did I choose to build this app in Firebase and Angular? I chose Firebase because it's a very awesome product that's free, so I just recommend everyone mess around with it, and it gives you a lot of features out of the box that you would normally just have to do yourself, and kind of waste man hours on that, when you can kind of just use this product and get all the features out of the box as far as authentication and then just real-time, like a real-time database. I chose Angular just because I don't know if there's really many tutorials on like Firebase and Angular right now. I think there's only like React and some other stuff. But I mean, I can do a React one too after this if people prefer React. But I use Angular professionally at work, so it's just something I'm really comfortable with. But I'm more than happy to do it in React or another tutorial after this. But yeah, Firebase is awesome, and as we start building this application out further, you're going to start to see like how easy it is to just spin something up. Especially for just like prototype type projects. Okay, so let's see, we have all this stuff in there now, and I don't think we're gonna need anything else. Let's see, let's actually make sure we can see things. So let me see, open source. So basically what I'm doing is basically what you guys could all do on your own, just read the instructions, and that's pretty much how I introduce any library. I just follow the readmes or the instructions and just follow it step by step. But let's actually skip all this and just start getting to the authentication part. Let's see, I think it's at the end here. Let's see, skip this. There you go, Firebase authentication. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, our first step is just to authenticate, and then after we authenticate, I kind of we're going to do something called, I think it's called like route guarding, where we pretty much protect the route. Pretty much they can't activate a route in our application until they satisfy like a certain condition. So in our case, we're going to have it where they have to be authorized in order to open the home page. So let me go and just spin up the application just to kind of show you guys what we have already. Engine service, we should spin up everything. And while that's spinning up, I'm going to go ahead and just stub out an authentication service. So do here, let's do, actually we can use the CLI for this. I'll do the CLI for that in a second. But I just want to show you guys what we have so far so you can kind of see what I'm building, for those who just joined or first time joining this session. Alright, so that's done. Let's check it out. So this is what we have so far. So this is all static data, but the goal is, once I authenticate, well, as we get further into the process, all this stuff's going to be pulling from from Firebase. Right now it's just static HTML, but at least you get the idea of what we're going for with this application. So by the end of this, all of you guys will have a very similar looking, if not identical, application connected to Firebase. Okay, so what we need now is to create an auth service. So I'm going to do ng service. I'm going to call it auth service. So CLI will go ahead and take care of that for us. And I'm going to go ahead and stub out the guard service as well that we're going to use to guard our routes. Let's see, let's call that auth guard. Now the CLI has went ahead and stubbed all that stuff out for us. So if we go over here, I think I just need to refresh. Let's see, where'd you put it? Source app auth. Okay, yeah, so you can see here I went ahead and created 4 files for us, 2 services and 2 test files. Let's go ahead and add that to our app module file, because CLI doesn't attach those for us. We got to do those manually. Let's go to the app module folder or file and import those in here. Let's see. So we have auth service. And we have what? Auth guard service. Okay. So let's go ahead and go into our auth service, because we're not too worried about guarding the routes yet. I just kind of want to get routing going. So I'm going to go ahead and just stub out the auth code that's from the documentation. So let's see here. Let's go back to the documentation. All right. So what it says here, we need an AF auth, Angular Fire auth object, and that's going to pretty much open the gates and allow us to sign in with various methods. I think we're going to use the username password for now. So let's go ahead and just stub out what that will look like if we're just going to auth with a username password. So first, what we need is to go ahead and import the Angular Fire auth library. So let's do AF auth, and I think it's a type of, it's Angular Fire auth. Okay. Let's see, and then we're also, I think that's all we need for now. So now we have that. And if you look at the, let's see, if you look at documentation, they have these 2 methods, log in, log out. We'll just go ahead and just copy and paste that real quick. Let's see here. So let's rename that to what we want it to be. And we actually want to use, let's see. So I have another question. Did you work before on this project or a similar one? So this is my first time doing this. I made it prior to this tutorial just to see how easy it would be. And it ended up being pretty easy, so I figured might as well make a tutorial for it just so others can see just how easy something can be, even though making a chat client can seem intimidating. But with Firebase and Angular Fire, it ended up being relatively easy. So I kind of just want to show you guys that process. But yeah. So what this is saying right here now is going to say we want us, when we hit the login, or when we invoke this login method, we're going to use the sign in with pop-up, which means it's going to just pop up a modal or whatever, and it's going to sign in with a Google Auth provider. We're not going to do that. We're just going to use just user email and password. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete all this stuff right now. This is all the example stuff. And if you see here, I go ahead and I have IntelliSense here just because we're using TypeScript, right? So you can see here, one of my options is create user with email and password. So that sounds like something we want to use, right? So I'll go ahead and do that. And if I hit parentheses, I should see what it accepts. And it accepts an email and a password. So let's go ahead and just pass those arguments in. Oops, I put string. And then we need to also pass those in through here. When we invoke the method, and that's going to be a string. Password's going to be string. Okay. So now we have a login method that would effectively log in a user if we gave them a username and password. That's what this method's doing. Let's go ahead and make a feature where they can log out. Let's see. And I think this is pretty much all we need. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just return these because we're going to be calling these from other places. And I believe these return promises. Yeah, these return promises. So then when we call this, call these methods, we can then .then them. If you're not familiar with promises, you always have like a then function afterwards, after you invoke the method, and then you can then do a callback essentially, or whatever you want to do in your callback. So now what we have here is we now have a service that's effectively going to log in somebody and log out somebody. So let's go ahead and see how we would actually do that. Like, so we need a form, right? Like, where's the user actually going to type in this username and password? So if you go back to, let's see, I'm not sure if we have it still up. Let's go ahead and start this thing up real fast. I'm going to show you the login page that we have stubbed out. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and make our login form come to life. And then with that login form, it's going to, invoke our login method that we just created and pass in the email and password that we typed into the form. And this part can get kind of tricky if you're not familiar with forms. I'm trying to make it pretty fast, just for the sake of time. Let's go ahead and get started here. So our app is up. So if I go to login, this is what they're going to see when they're not auth yet. By default, they'll see this screen if we don't detect that they're authenticated. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and make this email field come to life. We're going to make this password field come to life. And we also have another option where if they don't have an account or have an account, they're going to click this and it's going to change the form so they can actually create one. So it's it's going to be a condition where if they have a username password, they come here. If they don't, we'll send them to another form that actually lets them create one. Okay. So let's see. Let's go ahead and go to where our form is. Alright, and we have the component. Alright, so for the sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and kind of speed through this. So I'm going to go ahead and make a form. There's two different ways you can do forms in Angular. You can either do what we call just a template driven form, or you can do something that's called a reactive form. We're going to use the reactive form methodology. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do it that way. So what we need first is we need a login form, and this is going to be used when they don't have an account, right? Oops, maybe I need to install language services. It is installed. Usually if I just do control period, I can get the auto imports, but it looks like it doesn't want to do that today for whatever reason. So I'm just going to go ahead and just paste it all in myself. So we need a login form. We need a create user form for when they don't have an account. Alright, that makes sense. Okay, and then we can have a flag called is new user. I guess we can default that to false. Okay. So now we have to do what we call dependency injection, and we do dependency injection through the constructor of our class. So we have our form builder. This is what's used to create the form. We're going to need our auth service from Angular Fire, because that's what's going to actually log them in. So we can do, well, yeah, our auth service is what we just made actually, sorry. And that's what has the logout and login method that we just made. So that let me do the auto import. I don't know why the other ones aren't working. That's weird. Let's see. We need a private DB. And this is going to let us actually query from the database. Effectively just opens up a connection or holds the connection to the database from my app. And we're going to need the router to route them to different pages after they hit login or they don't log in successfully. We can send them somewhere else. So we can bring the router in too. Looks like we need Fire database, of course. That's not working. Okay, cool. So now what we've done so far is we went ahead and created a form group for our login form, created a form group for our create user group, or create user form. We did some dependency injection. That's going to have all our dependencies that we need. So we need the form builder, we need the auth service, we need the database, we need the router. Okay? So what we need to do now is we need to go ahead and just create the forms that we have. So we can do this.create. Create forms. Right? And this is just like just a method we're going to make ourselves. So we have a method here stubbed out called create forms. All right. And let's go ahead and build out the form for the login form. Okay. So we'll do const build group, and you can name this whatever you want. Doesn't matter. And we're going to assign that to a function, anonymous function rather. And we're going to say return this dot form builder dot group. And what kind of fields do we need? We need an email field and we need a password field. So the first field we have is email, right? And we need to have some kind of validation. So they obviously need they need to have an email, right? We can't have them submit a form without an email. So let's go ahead and make that required. And this is how you do this. So basically with reactive forms, each field can take a list of validators. So this actually needs to be in an array. And it takes validators as its second argument. So our first validator is going to be required. And our next validator is going to be make sure it's an email. Make sense? And then our next field that we're going to have is we need a password field. And let's see. We need to make sure it's required, because you can't log in without a password, right? And I think according to Firebase rules, the password needs to be a min length of 6, or at least 6 characters. So we can enforce that by saying a min length of 6. Okay? Let's see, what's it complaining about? Password. Cannot find name. We'll ignore that for now, it's fine. Alright, so we have that one, and now let's go ahead and make a form for when it's a new user, right? So we do const new, let's call it user build group or whatever, that makes sense. And that's pretty much going to be the same thing, kind of rinse and repeat. And let's see, let's go ahead and return form builder, and form builder again, this is just an API that helps us build out groups in our HTML. Okay, so we have that. And what else do we need? They need pretty much the same thing. They need email, password, and I think we're actually going to add another option. We want them to choose their username, because I don't want to just display email. It's not as exciting, I guess. So we're going to have email, password, and username. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste that from here, and then we can just add username after that. So we'll have username, and we'll just make it a required field. And I think it's just required. Yep. Okay. Alright, let's see why these are complaining, because I'm not sure. So I think these are fine for now. Okay. So what we have now, we just have an initializing function that's just going to create the forms for us. But let's go ahead and just have that correspond on the actual HTML. So one thing we want to change is we want to change the message on if they're actually a new user or not. So if they're not a new user, which means they have an existing account, we want them to just show, the please sign in button, right? So what we can do is we can just have if, and you remember this flag we made here that says if it's a new user? We can say if they're not a new user, let's just display please sign in below, right? Does that make sense? And then now we can say if they are a new user, we can say please create an account below. Okay, so at least we have one thing going on. We now have please see a sign in below and please create an account below. And that's just going to toggle based on whether they're a new user or not. So now let's actually make our actual forms. So we do have one form stubbed out, but nothing actually backing it as far as Angular code goes. So let's go ahead and wire up the Angular stuff. So one form we want to display, a different form when they're a new user and a different form when they're not a new user. So right now let's go ahead and display the form, or write out the form when they actually have an existing account, which means we would just have email and password. Okay. So what we can do is we can kind of just copy and paste this ngIf here. So now this form will essentially just show up if they're not a new user. And we need to name that group so our actual code can reference it from the component. All right. So let's say form group, and we can call it login form. Okay. And what do? We want to go ahead and just stub out something on when they actually click the submit button. So we can kind of, let's see, ng submit. This will handle when it's submitted, and we can just let's call it on login submit button click, and then we'll just send in the instance of that form with it. And let's go ahead and stub out that method on the other side. Let's see. So let's take this name here, and now these two methods are now synced up. So if I hit F12 on this, it should highlight that one. And then what we're doing here is we're actually passing in our login form values. So what we can do is we can just say value valid. So this is pretty much going to say what are the values of my form, and it's also going to determine if the form is actually valid itself. So what you can do here, and value is any, valid is a boolean. Okay, and that may not make sense right now, but it'll make sense as we start typing this out. So when they hit on login submit, we want to check if the form's valid, right? And how did we refer to that form? We named it, I think we named it login form, right? So we should have a login form right here. So we can say this.login form .valid, meaning everything's all good. Let's go ahead and call our login method that we made in our auth service over here. So you see this login method we made moments ago? We're going to call that. So what we can do is we do this auth service, which was what we called it after we did the dependency injection up here up top. That's how we injected the auth service I just showed you into this component. And now we have access to the login and logout methods, okay? So the login method you can see here takes an email and a password. And when we passed in the login form instance, it's going to have a value, the value of whatever is on the forms, and it's going to have valid as well. And it kind of just shows if the value is valid or not. So let's see here. We probably don't even think we need the valid thing I passed in, but we'll just keep it there anyways. So if I type in value, when we know that one of the fields was probably going to be an email, so we'll just go ahead and just call it email for now. Okay, and we'll probably end up calling the other field, let's call it password for now. And we can make it correspond in the form right after this. Okay. And it is a promise. So now you can see here we can now then it, which means pretty much when the promise is resolved, this function will be invoked. Okay, and so if you look at the login function, the login's going to, once it actually authenticates, it should return an actual user object of the user you just logged in with. So we can just call it user as its callback, or we'll just name the variable user because that's what it's going to be returning. And We won't be doing anything with that. I'm just calling it user for the sake of calling it user. But what we're going to want to do is when they log in successfully, we just want to take them to the home page, right? So now we have login, this.router, and we're going to send them to the home page. So how we do that, we do navigate, and it actually goes that, and we pass it the actual name of the state, which is going to be /home. Let's see here. Okay. So what we have stubbed out is when we actually log in successfully, go ahead and take them to the home page. Otherwise, let's go ahead, or actually, if they log in successfully, let's take them to the home page. But we only do that if the form is valid. If the form is not valid, show me all the errors that I have currently on the page. And there's not really a good way to actually do this in Angular right now. Hold on, I see a question. What is the most dominant language in this project? So everything I'm writing is literally TypeScript and HTML. Those are the only two things, or the only two things we'll be writing this whole time. As far as what language is most dominant, I mean, I'm not really sure what that means, but I mean we're writing HTML and TypeScript, so I guess those could be the dominant languages. Okay. So let's go back to here. So now what do we want to do? So when the form is not valid, we want to display those error messages, right? And there's not really a good way to like actually cycle through all the fields in an actual Angular form for whatever reason, but I found some workarounds. So I'm going to go ahead and just like paste in a solution I found online, which seems to be working out pretty well. Let's see. Let me get this out of the way. Okay, so it's this method that I found called validate all form fields. It's kind of like a recursive method. It takes in a form group, and basically the form group that we pass in, it's going to cycle through each of the controls, which are essentially like inputs or whatever you want to put on, and then it's going to get the field of that. So you can see here for all controls, go through each one of each form group. Get the field that we're currently iterating on. So on this for loop, we're now looking at a specific field. We're now going to, so with that field that we have, we're going to go to the form group and get that field using this get method, and we'll store it in this control variable. And then we kind of determine if it's what the type of control it is. If it's a type of form control, we're going to mark it as touched, meaning as far as the user goes, touch just means like you just put a cursor in there, you've clicked on it, you've somehow interact with it at some point. And then if it's not a form control, meaning it's another form group, or essentially like a grouping of controls, let's go ahead and just do some recursion and call the method again so it can cycle down through all the form controls. That's about as deep as I'm going into it. You guys can, when I push this code later, you guys can pull that and kind of play around with it. But effectively what it's doing is recursively going through each field and validating it. Okay? So how we do that, let's go ahead and call this.validate form fields, and then call this.login form, because that's the form you want to actually pass in. Okay? Alright, so let's actually go back to the HTML. We got a little sidetrack making the submit. But let's go ahead and stub out the rest of the fields. So we need email, which we have here, and then we have password, right, which we have down here. So with email, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and give it a name. With all forms typically have a name with each control. So we can call this, actually no, form control name, sorry. Let's call this email, and that's essentially how we are going to reference it here. These names have to correspond together. Okay. Okay. So we would call it email, but we want to also display a message when it's not a valid option, or when the user doesn't put in a valid email, or just makes it blank. So what we want to do is we want to display a message when one of its validators are triggered. So the two validators we have is required, and if it follows, the format of an email address, which is just essentially just a regular expression. Okay, so let's go ahead and make a span here that'll display when it does error. So we do span class text danger, which is a built-in text class, which basically just makes it red, right? So let's go ahead and do this. We need ngIf. So we're only going to display this error message if it fails all validations. Okay, so we have this login form, or we have login form, which is the current form that we're on, which you see here. Let me actually put no validate after this. Sorry. So in login form, we're going to get the field of email. And again, we can reference it by email because we just called it email here with its form control name. Okay? And then we can say has error, and then has error required. So this will say, okay, login form, give me the field that corresponds with this key of email, and tell me if it has an error, and if it has an error of type required. If it, if it satisfies that condition, then go ahead and display, right? But we also have another one, I think. Actually, I think that's the only one we have. So we have that, but we also want to have it only display after a user's interacted with it, right? Either the user has interacted with it and typed the invalid email address, or they hit the submit button without touching the field at all, and it was just empty. So that would essentially get caught in here, right? And we'll see how it all ties in. But how we do that is we do login form. So we're going to do get the email, and we're going to say if it's been touched. And again, if the user's actually interacted with it. So it's broken right now, but imagine like two input fields. If I just touched one of them, it would flip this touch flag to true. Okay? So that takes care of the first field. So let's go ahead and move on to the password one. Let's see. So we have password. So first thing we want to do is go ahead and name our input field. So we can pretty much copy what we did here. Let's call that password, because I think that's what we're calling it over here. Okay. And let's go ahead and put the validation stuff that we did for the previous field of password of email. Let's see. So we have a label, and we actually for this field we actually have two validation requirements. We have required, and we have min length of 6, right? So we're going to have to say, we're pretty much going to say, show a message if they touched it and they didn't type in anything, and then we're also going to have another message that says if they touched it and they only typed in like 6 or I think 5 or less characters. Okay. Oops, and I actually forgot to type a message in on this one. What would we say? We'd say email is required. Cool. Format that. So now for this one, you can pretty much say password is required. And let's go ahead and make sure all these names sync up together. Yeah, I mean, I can do some streaming on Twitch for sure. But yeah, LiveEDU asked me to stream on this. So I don't know if I don't think I have a choice right now, at least. I guess for future stuff, I can do some stuff on Twitch for sure. Okay, so next one. Okay, now we have min length, right? So what we can do is, let's go ahead and call this password. And if it has an error of min length, meaning it didn't successfully pass this validator that we passed in, validator of min length of 6. Okay, and we can just say here, password must be at least 6 characters. Cool. Okay, let's make sure we have all this right. Make sure everything looks good. Okay. Alright, so lastly, what we can do is we can go ahead and set up our submit button. So let's do that now. So you have our submit. I don't think we necessarily need to do anything from here. So since it's a type submit button, when we click it, it should automatically invoke this method that we stubbed out over here in the controller, which you see here. Alrighty then. I think I have a syntax error right here because all my code looks kind of funny. Oh, I see. We have a. There we go. I didn't close the arrays here. Okay, now everything looks normal. So I have a question that says, why do I need Sass? I use Sass for CSS. Just, you know, you can do variables, you can do mix-ins, have functions. It just adds a programmatic sense to your code, so you can actually do programming inside of it first, just doing like vanilla CSS. So I find it useful when I have like reusable like colors. You can store a color in a variable and then assign it to multiple elements in your CSS. So instead of so say you had like 20 buttons that you wanted to be red, and then the next day you wanted all those buttons to be green, you would have to manually, you know, go to each CSS rule. Not necessarily, but you would have to essentially just change the color for each one. For that case, you could obviously just dry it up and have them all in one concatenated selector. But imagine if you had like this button here, and then you want this panel header all the way on this other page to be green. You could have them all just take in one variable, and all you got to do is just change the value of one variable, and then everything will update accordingly. So I think that's one of the most, at least in my mind, one of the most powerful things about Sass. Okay. So why is this complaining? I can't bind form group since it has a known property of form. I think it's a liar. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what our page looks like real fast. Probably have some errors right now. Yeah. It doesn't like the form group. Let's see why. So we have login form. We have login form here. Let's see, is it supposed to be called login form? It's called form group. Form group. So that looks right. Can't bind form group since it's not a valid property of form. It's an interesting error. I think I have everything right. Let's make sure. So we have our div form group, okay. Gif is new user. Okay. Just make sure all our stuff syncs up. Ooh, I think login form's undefined right now. I think. Yeah, okay. This is why. So create forms. All we did was we just have methods that are just building a form, but we're not actually invoking these methods anywhere. So what we need to do is we need to do this.login form, right? Equals build group. Wrong variable name. Okay. So now it's assigning this build group method. It's now going to actually store this group in this thing, and now we should be able to reference it there. So hopefully it goes away. Let's find out. Form group since it's a known property, blah blah blah. Form group. Why are you complaining? I'm not sure. So while we're waiting for that to actually, we'll let that, hopefully that resolves itself in a little bit. We'll go ahead and let's create the next form for when they don't have an account yet, right? So that one's going to have username, or it's going to have email, password, and then a username, right? And we only want to show that form when they are a new user. So we're going to basically have identical thing here, or identical form structure that we have here. For the sake of time, Since you've already seen the first one, the second one's kind of redundant, right? So I'm just going to paste it in here, and then we can walk through it together. So let me format this real fast. Sorry, I'm a big stickler for formatting. I can't handle it if it's not formatted right. Let's see. Okay, cool. So it looks like this one's complaining as well. But a quick rundown, I pretty much did the exact same thing like I did on the last form. It's just that now I just have an extra field that has a username. And that's the only difference, right? So what I can do now is do this create forms, or create user rather, and we'll call new user. So now that will build the next form for me. So the interesting thing is, I'm not exactly sure why it's airing it out here. So you're gonna have to bear with me while I figure that out. Let me look at my notes. I think I have everything right. Ah, right. One last thing I need to do is, let's go ahead and sync up this submit button handler real fast. So just like we have here for this one, I'm just going to create another one. And we can essentially just take in the same values. So essentially just copy and paste that. And it's going to be very similar. So let's go ahead and talk through the logic of when they actually create an account. We can say, first we got to check if the form is valid, right? So create user form. It's actually, I named this one wrong. Sorry. Okay. So if the create user form is valid, what do we want to do? If it's valid, we now then want to go ahead and create the user, right? So how do we do that? So by the Angular Fire library, we'll expose an API called create user on the auth service. So let me go ahead and show you what that would look like. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and stub out. So right now we only have a login, log out. We don't have a create user one. So let's go ahead and stub something out for create user. And in order to create a user, you need an email and password, right? And you need a password. I think that's all you need. Okay. So what we can do now is we can use the auth object that we're referencing up here. So we can kind of just go ahead and copy and paste that. And if I hit period, let's see what kind of options we have here. Create user. Okay, we have create user. Oh, so I actually got these backwards. This one's going to be, sorry, brain fart. This one's going to be login. I think it's, oh, it's sign in. Sign in with email password. And this one's going to be create user with email password. Yeah, I don't know how I messed that up. Okay. Let's go through this one more time. So this is still our auth service. We have we expose an API to log in, which we'll call sign in with email and password, which is from our Angular Fire library. And then we have a log out, which will log a user out. And then we have a create user method, which will then call the create user with email and password on the auth object that we have here. So let's go ahead and call that create user method we just made. So auth service dot create user, right? I think we need to pass in, what do we need to pass in? We pass in username and password. So let's see, value email. Value, I think it's, what do we call it, password? Sure. And that's going to return the user object after we log in. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Auth service.createUser. pass in that. Okay, that all looks good. And what we kind of want to do is if they create a user successfully, we want to take them to the home page, right? That makes sense. And just like the previous submit, we're going to also, if it's not valid, we're going to go ahead and validate all the fields again so it shows an error message. Because essentially all these error messages that we hit here to the right, they only display if you physically go in and touch each one, and if it's invalid, right? Let's see. Okay, so let's figure out why we're getting these weird errors here. Because it's not making. Let me go ahead and restart. I think I just need to restart the server. Hopefully this fixes it. Oops, I'm gonna save it. Let's kill that. Alright, and hopefully be done. Yeah, this clone is gonna be functional, so you should be able to, whoever else is in the chat by the time we're done, people can join other people's Slack clones and talk to each other. So that's the goal, at least. But yeah, we're gonna have a functioning one. So when I'm done, I can kind of show my URL and have other people off, and we can talk in that chat room. So if everything goes according to plan, we will have a functional Slack clone. Okay, so can't bind form groups as it isn't a known property of form. So why is that? So form. Give me 1 second to think this through, because this is technically correct. There's probably something silly I'm missing, maybe in the component file. Let me make sure I have everything in the component file. Form group, form builder, form control, all service. That looks good. There are dependencies. We create the forms on init. All right. Store them here. We have our validate fields, which shouldn't affect anything, and we have our submit click handlers here. So that all looks good. Now let's go to the HTML. Let me compare this with my notes, make sure I have everything. So, okay, we have form. I feel like I'm just missing a closing tag somewhere, maybe. Type form, ngIf, that's valid. Form group's valid. Submit. Oh, I think I know what I'm missing. So if we go to app.modules, I think we actually have to import the form module itself. So they kind of broke up all their different modules into different areas. So the form module isn't actually part of this. So we need to actually import that. Whew, good thing I remember that. So we're using reactive forms, right? Okay. Now I think it should recognize it. Whew, left coding is difficult, for real. So let's see what happens here. Once it refreshes, hopefully I see something. New provider for Angular Fire database. So it's just a. Let's see here, we just gotta go Angular Fire database. Where's it complaining at? Angular Fire database, we call that here. So now we're just dealing with dependencies now. Angular Fire database. Let me make sure. Let me check my other file. Oh, okay. That's what we're missing. So we have Angular Fire module, auth module. So we don't need the store module. We need database module. Okay. Let's see what this does. We're going a little long. What I kind of want to do is just get this showing up real fast, and then we should be good. So I think I need to import that. So we can just, let's see, what's it called? So we don't want store, we want database, and let's see, it's probably going to exist in database. Okay. So I might speed through after we get this actually showing up. I might speed through it a little bit and just actually get authentication going. Okay, cool. So it looks like everything's loading fine. So if we go to login, you should see a form. Yes. Okay, cool. And if I click here, I'm not sure if I set up this button. Let's see what I did here. So what we want to happen is, so if they don't have an account, we want them to click this button and essentially change this message and then change the form. And it looks like I didn't set that up. So let's go ahead and attach a button click to that. So let's see. I think it's called click here. There it is. Okay, so how do we do that? We can just have a click function. Let's say when you click on this span, what do we want to do? Probably just want to flip the is new user equals true. Alright. And then according to the flags we just set up, it should adjust the HTML accordingly. So if I do this, cool. See that? So if I don't have an account, it says please create an account, and that's all controlled with these ngIfs. So I'm just toggling this flag essentially. Okay. Let's see. I can actually probably do it like this. Let's find a better way to do it. Let's see if it works this way. Okay, cool. Alright, so authentication. So if you guys have a Firebase console, basically how you can see your actual users is in the authentication part of your dashboard. Okay? So when someone authenticates, you'll see their name pop up here, right? So let's go ahead and test it and see if I can actually make a user. Let's see. So if we go to our form, let's just say Batista. Well, let me show you how the error handlers work. So since I touched it and I navigate away, it's like, oh hey, it's touched and it's not filled out. Display this message. And same thing here. I touched this password field and I didn't type anything. Password required. We also have a validator that says we need at least 6 characters. Maybe I didn't do that right. Let's find out. Password. I can look into that later. Anyways, you guys get the point, right? So at least that's working right now. So let's go ahead and I'm not an existing user, so I can't. If I try to log in here, it's going to error out and say. So you can look in this response that I have here. Let me make this bigger. It says user not found because I don't have an account, right? So what we need to do is we need to go to the other form. Let me clear this console. So we'll go here and let's say Batista at test.com, password. Oh, but we also need a username. I'm not sure if I actually set that up. Let's see. Let's kill the username field for now, just for the sake of showing the authentication. So we're going to go ahead and just kill that right there, and I'm just going to comment out the username field real fast. And then we can get to that. I can get to that next week. So let me go ahead and comment out this right here. So all we care about right now is just authenticating with username password. So let's see if this works first try. Let's name a password. I'm not gonna hide the password right now, just for the sake of seeing what I typed. So if I hit create, let's see what happened. If you look at my network tab, so sign up new user, call that API, and it looks like I passed in my email, So it looks like it worked, right? Since it cleared me to the login page, and that's what we want to do when we successfully create a user. So how can we make sure that I made a user? Let's look at my console, and let's refresh. So cool, see? So now we have my first user. So now we're officially authenticated with the Batista test one. So let's make sure, let's actually delete this user real fast. Well, actually no, let's sign out. Let's fix the sign out functionality real fast so you can see how you sign out. And I'll show you how signing out is like super easy. So what we need to do is, if we go back to our page, when we hit this logout button, we essentially just want to call logout, right? So what we can do is, where did we put that? I think that's in the chat room. I think it's called logout. Okay. So let's go ahead and set this up because I want to kind of show you the actions of me logging in, logging out, and so forth. Okay. Let's just call this logout. Make sense? And now let's stub out logout. And we need our auth service, so let's go ahead and inject our auth service. And we're almost done, guys, I promise. I promise. Okay. So now what we can do is we can just do, I think we need router 2 actually. Private. Okay. Cool. So what we want to do is when they click that logout button, we're going to call the logout method that we made earlier in the session. Okay. And that returns a promise. So when they successfully log out, let's take them back to the login page, right? So I think that's just... I think that's the right one. Let me make sure. Can't remember the exact same API. So navigate. Oh, it's just navigate, sorry. Okay, cool. And one thing that Firebase will do, it will also keep your session alive. So I think if I log out, log back, or close and came back in, it would still recognize me as my username once we set that up. But right now, I just kind of want to log out. So let me refresh this real fast. Let me log out real fast. So log out's not a function. Not sure if I saved it. Let me see. So it says logout is not a function. Oh, it's because I have an uppercase O. There you go. So that should be good. Okay. So you saw I hit logout and it took me back to this page. So, okay, what I want to do is let's make sure that my account was actually created. We did confirm it by just showing you this page. It does show that I have a new user. So let's make sure that user is really working. So let's try to log in with the exact same credentials now. Okay, we can monitor this. If we hit login, it's taking me there. So you can see here, it's getting my account info. So it looks like everything's working as planned. So let's make one more user. So let's actually log out again, which takes me here. Let's create one more user. Let's do test2 at test.com, password. And if I refresh this, we should see another user. Perfect. Okay. And then let's try to log in with that user again. So let's log out. So now we're officially logged out. And let's try that real fast. Cool. And we can verify that it worked one more time. Let's just refresh the page. Now you can see here that it automatically grabbed my user info. So yeah, so that took a lot longer than expected, to be honest. But now what you can see is we went ahead and create a form that allows you to log in with an existing username password, or create a new user with a username password. And then you could see that we logged in successfully, and we have all our users here. So now we know that it's actually it's talking with Firebase. So what I want to do next session, now that we have our users, I want to actually display user email. We're probably going to tie in the username. We're going to actually have them put username here, so everyone can have a cool username if you wanted to make one, versus using a fake email. Okay, and then we'll try to get to channel creation, but that should take us well over an hour for the next session as well. So I'm going to go ahead and upload this code to my channel, so you can grab it from there. I'll put it on my GitHub as well, but I'll just have the actual zip file and the link to the GitHub on the channel info, so you can grab it from there. So yeah, so now that we have authentication, we can start tying in other things such as channel creation and messaging each other. Okay? All right, thanks for watching, guys. Sorry for the small hiccups. That was kind of weird. I'll see you guys then. Thank you. Okay, I think last time we got to the point where we can just log in and log out. Let's go ahead and have me log in here. I think that's the right information. Okay, so now I'm logged in. Now let's see. Okay, now that we're logged in, what do we want to do? Once we log in, we probably want to just test saving messages. So the expectation now is let's try to just create messages in this chat and have them appear up here, right? So how can we do that? Let's see, let's pull up code here. So this is all static information, right? So what we want to do is go ahead and get rid of all this fake data. Let's see. Right, so now we should only have one message showing up. Okay, great. So what we're going to essentially do now is we're going to just pretty much type in messages and have this repeat with whatever message we type, just for testing purposes. So how can we test that? Let's go ahead and actually tie this up so when I actually hit enter, it will actually send it to Firebase and we'll see it show up in our console. So let's open up our console here. Give me 1 second. So we have our Slack tutorial, and then we have our storage. So let me go ahead and actually it's not storage, database, sorry. Cool. So the expectation is when I enter a message and I send it, we should see it populate here live. And again, you got to remember that Firebase is essentially just one big JSON object, right? So what we're going to be doing is going to be pushing JSON to Firebase, and you'll see it reflected here accordingly. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. Let's check this out. So what we want to do is, let's clear out all this other junk. Okay. So as far as pushing messages, let's go ahead and have our input try to send a message when we hit enter, right? So how can we do that? Simply just do key up, then enter, and we'll just have a method here. We'll call it and add message, and we'll have message.value. And how can we get, let's see, so we have a message.value, and then what we can do is let's actually blank out what message is after we send it. So we can do message value equals link. Sorry, my typing's not so good right now. Okay, so on add message, message values. So what exactly is message? How do we get that? So we're going to actually do something called like a template variable. So what we can do now here is we're going to just put a little hashtag here. So now what's going to happen is when it sees message right here, it's going to refer to this input element right here and then grab the value that's in here. All right? So let's go ahead and add a method for that. All right? And it's going to take a string, which is the message we just typed in, right? Okay? And let's do some validation. We can say message not equal, and then we'll only want to send a message if there's, so this is basically going to say we're only going to do something if there's actually a message typed in. So if there's a message typed in, what we can do is go ahead and just comment this out. We'll take the value and send it to Firebase, right? So how can we do that? So in order for us to send this to the Firebase database, we're actually going to need a reference to the actual Angular Fire database. So the Angular Fire library gives us something that we can dependency inject, so we can get a reference to the actual database that's connected to our Firebase instance. So we can do db Angular Fire database. Okay. So this will go ahead and tie it to our Firebase database. And how to do that, if you recall from when we first set up our environment, we have in our environments folder or file all of our keys. So in those, so basically it'll come here and attach to our database here. We'll use this URL to attach to our database. Okay. Let me make sure my stream is running real fast. Just want to make sure. Just give me 1 second. Just want to confirm something. Okay, cool. That's running. I just wanted to make sure. I just wasn't sure. I didn't check before I started my stream. So anyways, back to what I was doing. So now we have an instance of our DB. So now we can go ahead and start pushing messages to it. So how do we do that? First, what we need to do is go ahead and make a reference attached to our database. So what we can do is we can do const messages. Actually, I think it's .list, and we'll say messages. Okay. So what this is going to do, this is going to go to our Firebase, and it's going to say, it's going to pretty much check if there's a property called messages in this JSON object. And if there is one, it will have a reference to it here. If there's not one, it will actually create one for us when we push to this messages property. And we can see this real time. Let me go ahead and push to it. So we can do messages.push. Messages is an array. Right? Okay. And we're going to push an object. Let's just test it and have message equals message, and we can actually shorthand that in ES6, and then we can have a timestamp as well. Oops. Sorry. Okay. So what this is going to do, since we have a reference to our essentially JSON object here, basically we'll go to our Firebase JSON tree, see if there's a property of messages. If there is, we're going to actually insert another record into the messages list, and if it doesn't exist, it's actually going to create a new one and then insert this list. So let's go ahead and try this real fast, see if we get any errors. We actually make these separate screens so we can see if it works real time. Test. Cool. So you can see here, as I typed enter, you see how it pushes this record here? Since there was no messages object here or property, it went ahead and created one for us. So we can do it again. So now that one exists, it's actually going to push this next message into this list of messages. So another message. Boom. You see that pop up right here. Okay? So that's how you would push data to the server, and you can see how easy that was just with those 2 lines of code, or 2 sections of code right here. So this is actually going and looks for if this exists right here, and if it does, it will actually push a new message like you saw here, and if it doesn't, it will actually create the messages, and then it'll create the message and then push it in that list like we just saw. Cool. So let's actually have this pull from our database so we can actually see our messages update live. So how can we do that? Let's go ahead. Let me see. In our init, what we're going to need to do, we're going to need to query from our messages, or we're going to need to subscribe to our messages list here. So when we do add another message, it will automatically push to our screen. Okay, so how can we do that? So we can do stat db. Hey, how you doing? Sargin? I'm not sure how to pronounce that, sorry. So what we're doing now is we're going to try to query from our database live. Well, not query, we're going to push the information live to our application. And it should update hopefully real time on our screen. Let me see if I remember how to do this. So it's this.db, db list, I think it's $ref. I guess there's no IntelliSense for that. Ref. I'm not sure why that's not auto-completing. Maybe there's something wrong with my IDE right now. This happening. So this.db.list. We'll get to that in a second. So what we want to do, let's go ahead and console.log snapshot.val. Let's see if this compiles. I'm not sure why it's erroring. Property ref does not exist on Firebase list. Oh, I know why. Okay, stupid me. So, let's see. Actually, this is a little bit confusing. I don't know if they updated something. This.db list. Let's see what kind of IntelliSense we get if we live coding for the win. Okay. I'm curious if they actually updated their API since I last looked at it. Let's find out. Let's go to the documentation. Let's see. So what we're trying to do right now is we're just trying to. So right now we're currently pushing messages to our server, but now we're trying to get those messages to show up on our screen real time. I'm not sure if they updated the API, so let me just check real fast what querying a list says. So dblist.items, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it looks like they actually updated their documentation. So let's see. Sorry for the quick delay. Just want to make sure I'm doing this right. Because when I first initially made this application, I think the APIs were a little bit different. Let's see. db.list.items. That looks right. Okay. So let's do this. Where's list draft? Yeah, so that looks pretty new. Returns observable. Okay, interesting. So let's try that. Looks like I have a newer version than when I last messed with it. So let's see. So that value changes. And let's put messages equals, just empty an array right now. So let's see what happens. This is actually an observable, so then we can do, so let's try to repeat those messages. So we have this li, so we can try to do what? I think it's ng4 equals let message of messages async. Let's see if that works. Okay, so it looks like it is working. So we can do message.message. Let's actually look at this real fast. So if we look at our actual database, we have records. We have two records, one with message, with a property of message and a property of timestamp. So we want to do message.message because that's the property. And we can do, I think it's message.timestamp. Let's see if that shows up. Cool. So now these are the two messages that were just pulled up from my DB. So if I enter one, yay, it's working. So you can see here, it's, let me do this side by side real fast. So again, this is my database on Firebase. And then, so if I type anything here, another test message, you'll actually see it highlight yellow that something did change and where it changed. So if I do this one more time, it changed, this is the parent, it changed in the messages list. And then you'll see green for the record I just added right here. You can see here, so I'll type another one. Here's my last message. And it updates here live because since it's an observable, we're subscribing to this data source, and this data source is actually pushing the information right back at us. So you can see how that works there. Yeah, it's interesting they changed their APIs there. That kind of threw me for a quick loop. And they changed their documentation, so I guess I'm gonna have to go back and change my original application. So that's kind of weird. Let me make sure there's not any other curveballs they're gonna throw at us. They may change some things. Let's see if there's a $sign ref anywhere. Okay, so anyways, so now let's kind of go over what we currently have for our Slack clone. I'm going to log out real fast. So last session, why not use parse.com? I mean, you can choose either or. I just happen to choose Firebase. There's a lot of tools to do different things for everybody. I just happen to choose this one. I'm not too familiar with parse, but yeah, I just pretty much arbitrarily just chose Firebase just because it's very powerful, does a lot of things for you, including OAuth, which is awesome. So in our last session, we were able to do authentication with like 3 lines of code. So you can see here, I'm going to log in. And now that I'm logged in, it takes me here, and then I can start pushing messages. So that alone, I think, is pretty cool with a little bit of effort, right? So now that we have messages working, we probably want to go ahead and start making channels. All these channels are static, right? So at the start of this tutorial today, we just had static data here showing, but now we actually have data showing up from the database being fed into this. So I can actually delete all this real fast and start new. I just want to get all that out of the way because I was just getting too flooded. So just do today's test message 1. I'm going to put another one saying, I wish I belonged to a channel. Because right now, this doesn't belong to any channel. We're kind of just pulling from this list here. And again, this is just like a JSON object. So this messages is just essentially a list of messages. What did I do? I clicked something. Okay, so now what we want to do is let's go ahead and we want to create channels. So we were able to create messages. So now we want to create channels. But how do we create channels? So we're going to want to actually hook this button up. So if you're familiar with a Slack application, there's usually like a button right here where a user can click, and then it will open up a form, and then they can actually create a channel name, and then the channel will be made, right? So let's actually create that. Let's see here. So what do we need? We need a form, and so we're going to open up our channel component because this is where our form's going to go, right? And I don't know if I made I think I need to make a route for the channel. Let me make sure if I have done that yet. So if I go to app routing module, this is what's going to hold all of our routes. So it looks like I do have a channel here. So let's see if I actually have any errors in the console. Oh, okay, I don't think I have it linked up yet. If I go to channel manually. Okay, so here's the form that I'm trying to get to. So all I need to do is just literally just link that up. So if I go, let me see, that's part of the toolbar. Okay. I think it's just ladder link equals. Let's make sure, let's see if that works. It might just be this. Let's see if that links me anywhere. Cool. Alright, so now when I click the plus button, you're going to see it take us to the channel dialog. So this is the plus channel. And now we have a form that says, let's create a channel. So now we have a form, so what we're going to need to do, we actually need to hook that up to Angular, because right now it's just static HTML. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's go ahead. We have our label. Let's go ahead and go here first and create our form. Okay. So, what we need to do, we need to create a form, or have a form object. So we can do create channel form. And that's going to take a type of form, which is from the Angular Forms module. Let's see here, and we can have some validation too. But before we get to that, let's see. Actually, we can do a validation here. So all our form has is just name. So let's go ahead and just create a form control for name. That's going to represent this form group right here. So we can do name equals new form control. Import that in. And we need a validator because you can't submit a form without a channel name, right? That wouldn't make any sense. So we can do validators, and we can say dot required. So this is pretty much instantiating a new form control, and the second argument it takes is a list of validators, and we're only going to pass in a required validator. In Angular, we'll go ahead and we'll be smart enough to hook that up for us, right? Okay. Let's see, what else do I need here? I think that's all we need right now. So now let's go ahead and go to the HTML. So we need to actually tie this to this form, right? So how do we do that? There's a property or an attribute called form control, like this. And actually I think it goes in brackets. Sorry. And we can call that name, right? So now this should be referencing this. So if I hit F12, you notice it automatically selects this, so we'll know that this is a form control and its validator is required. Okay? So now let's go ahead and hook up our buttons. We have a cancel button and we have a create button, right? So let's go ahead and hook up our create button. So when we click it, we want to go ahead and create that channel. So let's go ahead and bind to the click property, right? And let's just call this method on create channel button click. Okay, and then we can make the corresponding method in here. So now when we click this button, we'll know that it's going to call this method over here. Okay, so far so good. And when we want to cancel, what do we want to do? If we hit the cancel button, we probably just want to navigate back to the home state, right? So let's go ahead and bind this to a method. And we can call this on cancel button click, right? And again, we got to make the corresponding method in here. And what can we do? So now when we hit the cancel, we want to go back to home, right? So what's actually what we're going to need to do in order for us to programmatically navigate, we're going to need to dependency inject the router. So we can do private router, inject that. So now we can say this dot router, right? I think it's navigate. I believe it just does that. So that's going to say, hey, when I click the cancel button, I want you to take me back to the home state, right? And let's just test that cancel button real fast. See what's happening. Not sure if it's done, so if I hit cancel, cool. So you can see here, if I don't want to make anything, it takes me back, okay? So now we want to make a channel, right? So how can we do that? So similar to like we did to making messages, let me quickly show that if just in case you missed it. If you want to make messages, what we do is we get a reference to our database, which we do through the constructor. So this is how Angular does its dependency injection. This is automatically going to be tied up to our database for our Firebase instance. And then we pretty much just say this.db, where we store our reference to our database, get the list of messages. So for us in the channels, we're just going to simply change this to channels, right? So let's go ahead and do that here. Let's do this. Let's go ahead. We're going to make a channel reference. So this is what's going to hold our reference to the actual channel property in our object, right? So it's not equals. It's that typing is off. Firebase. I think it's list. And I hope they didn't change the API for this. If they did change the API for this, I'm going to have to do some live coding for real, because they already did that earlier. So it's going to be any, and let's import that. I don't know why it keeps doing that, so I'm just going to manually import that here. And looks like they might have got rid of the Firebase list observable. So that's changing the API again. Let's do this first. Before we do the observable, let's just simply just push to our list, right? So let me go ahead and just make this any for now, because it looks like they changed their APIs recently, I guess. So what we can do in our constructor, I am using Windows 7. I think I had 10 and then I rebooted and I just didn't reinstall. I didn't reinstall 10. I don't really care much for 10. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm using 7 with like the classic theme, I think. Yeah, I like the old school stuff. I'm an old guy, so whatever. So let's go ahead and channel ref, and we can say this. And actually, we need to actually get a reference to our database instance as well. Sorry. So we can do that with. Okay, cool. So this is going to hold our database instance. So when we say this.db, it says here we're saying our Firebase DB. Get the list, and we want the property to be called channels, right? So if we go back to our database here, we already have one property called messages, and again, this is a JSON object essentially. So just picture this as just being another messages property with a list of message objects inside of it. So we're going to effectively just create another sibling to messages called channels, right? And this is how we're going to do that. So this is saying on our DB list, try to find channels. If you can't find that, then go ahead and create one. Okay? So on our create, this is where we're going to actually want to push the channel, right? Push the channel to our database or whatever. Okay? So take that reference that we just made up in the constructor. Let me actually put an S here, because it's technically channels. So now we have the reference to our JSON object here, and it's specifically looking for the channels property, right? And again, this channels is going to be a list of channel objects, so it's going to be an array. That push, and I'm not sure why it's not giving me the IntelliSense for that. It's kind of annoying. Oh well. Okay, so we got this dot push, right? And we want to push an object to it, right? So we do know that our reference to our HTML form, or on our form, our input field, is bounded to this property here. So essentially all we need to do is pass this name to the database. So what we can do name, this dot name dot value. Right? Let me look at the form real fast, just to give you guys some context. So this is our form. This input field here is what this is referencing to. So it's referring to this, which is then bounded to this form control attribute. Okay? And let's go ahead and just give it a timestamp just so we can track when a channel is made, because why not? Timestamp, let's call it date.now. Cool. I'm not sure. Okay, sorry. I was wondering why that was not. It was giving me an error. That was weird. Syntax error, sorry. Okay. So let's see. We have this dot channels dot push. So when we push it, we should see it hopefully show up in our list. So let's test this real fast. So I'm going to go ahead and pull this out and make the windows side by side. Okay, so we can say my channel. Cool. So if you look at my database, you saw that it literally just created this new channels property just by doing this. So I can create another one. Ideally, what I would want to do, which we'll add in a little bit, is after I create a channel, we're going to go ahead and go back to the home state, and then you'll see the channels that we made, and auto join the channel after you made it. So I can do my channel 2, and this should push another one, and you can see it updating live on the right. So now we have 2 channels, right? So now what we want to do is, if you go back to our home state, hit cancel here. Right now we have just a static list of data right here. What we want to do, we want it to show up like our messages. We want it to populate live. So as you can see in our message or in our chat room, if I type another message, it updates the UI live and it updates the database live. So let's get the same effect on our channels list here, okay? So if we go back to the code, let's go ahead and go to our toolbar. Okay, so you can see here this is all just hard-coded junk right here. So what we typically would want to do, we would want channel name to show up here, and then we would want it to repeat for every channel in our list, right? So how can we do that? We're going to need to, step one, get a reference to our messages list, right? And then two, query from that list and essentially for loop over it on the HTML you just saw the static data on, okay? So what we can do is, first we need a reference to our database. What is it called? I think it's Angular database. Okay. And then in our init, what we're going to want to do is essentially query from that database we just referenced. So we can do this.db list, and actually, let's see here. Let's look at the other channel so you guys can kind of follow along with me. So what we can do is, we can have channels, and this essentially is just going to be a list of channels, and we're going to store our query results in this channels property. Okay? It's going to say channels dot value changes. Okay? So what this is going to do is, this is essentially an observable. So every time the database changes, we're automatically subscribed to it, right? Well, we're not subscribed to it yet, but what we're going to do is we're going to subscribe to this .channels, which is essentially an observable that this returns. Okay? So if you go into HTML, what we can do ng4, right? And we're going to want to repeat for every channel in channels. And then we're going to do is async. So since it's an observable, async will essentially subscribe for us. So we don't have to, typically, what people like to do is they'll do a subscribe, and then in the subscribe they'll manually bind whatever the subscription returns to their class variable. This will automatically do the subscription for us, so to manually do that. So if we come back here, you can see we actually have two now, and you can tell that's working because we have two channels here, right? So what I need to do is, right now the channel name is hard-coded. What we want to do is actually interpolate the actual channel name that we saved in our database. So how we do that, we just come here and we say channel.name, and that should update everything with the actual channels that we made. Cool, right? So now we have two dynamic lists. As before, when we first started the session, we only had just static data. So if I type a message here, there's another message that populates live. And if we create another channel, and actually, let me go ahead and hook this up to where once we make a channel, we navigate back to the home state so we can actually see the channel that we made. So let's do that real fast. Messages that push, that returns a promise. And let's see. And then Okay. I think I got extra brace somewhere. So I have if. Alright. I'm missing another brace? Jesus, how many braces do I have? Okay, sorry. Live coding for the win. Okay, so what I want to happen here is we want to navigate to the home state, right? So let's literally just copy and paste this. Actually, I'm in the wrong file. Silly me. Let me back up. I need to do this in the channels component, not the messages component. Whoopsies. So let's go back here. And we're literally just going to do the exact same thing that I had. So this returns a promise. So we can .then it. Looks like it's not. Again, they changed the API, so I'm going to have to go back and look at the API here. But let's just do it like we did in the chat room component, like I just did earlier. So let's see, messages, Angular Fire list. Okay, so that should be the same. I'm not sure. Channels ref, DB list. Neighbor toolbar. Okay. Let's see, push. It's because I don't have a telesense, I think. Since I didn't type it, I don't think it knows. My IDE sensor doesn't know it's a promise. So I believe I can just do this, and this should still work fine. Okay, so we have our router, and we're going to want to route to the home state. So I believe that should work. Hopefully it does. Let's find out. Another channel test. Cool. Okay, so yeah, the fact that I just didn't actually strongly type this right here, because channels ref is just any, it doesn't know that I need to strongly type that basically. But anyways, but it does return a promise, and you can see here that now I have two dynamic lists. So just a further demo, dynamic. Cool, right? So now we can see our application kind of becoming more full stack. So let me run through everything that we have so far. Next lesson, we're going to actually start sticking a message into an actual channel. So right now what we have is we just have a list of messages being populated and a list of channels populated, but they're not really related to each other yet. But again, let me start back from square one. Right now we have authentication working with email and password, right? So if I log in, I show up here, and if I wasn't logged in, it would just give me an error. So I can log out here, right? I try to go to home state. So I'm not logged in now, and that's why you're going to see an error right now, is because my permission's denied. So that's how you can further prove that I'm truly not authenticated and I'm not just, you know, pulling smoke and mirrors over you. So if I go back to the home state or back to the login page, okay, so I do this. Now I can actually pull all this data because I'm actually an authenticated user on the database. As before, when I try to come to the state not logged in, I don't have rights to read any of this data. So basically, the default settings of like the Firebase setting or Firebase database settings is you have to be an authorized user to see any of this data. So now we can further prove that I am authenticated, and now we can prove that I actually have data on my database, which you can see here in my console. If you actually have your own Firebase instance, you'd simply just go to your console and then click the database tab on your project, and you would see, well, if you were pushing data to your actual database, you would see these updating live. And let me demo that one more time. So we can see here, as I type messages, it's updating live on the right here. And if I was going to create a channel, it pushes live to this channel thing seen here. And since it's an observable, or since we're subscribed to this, it's actually going to push the data to us. And since we're subscribed, it shows up in this list here. Cool? So yeah. So next lesson, I need to actually review the new APIs because it looks like they changed a lot of things. So a lot of stuff I was doing just now was me actually using these APIs for the first time because I had no idea they changed them. So that live coding was a little bit hectic, so I apologize for that. But I'll make sure I'll read through the new updated version. So next time we come into this, we can make it a little bit smoother, right? So again, let me reiterate for what we want to do for next session. These messages that we have shown up here, since they don't belong to a specific channel, we want these to be categorized, right? So the intention is, as I click one of these channels, it should reflect the channel name up here, and then it should show only the messages that belong to my channel in this list. So right now you can see here this isn't hooked up, and it's kind of just showing a long list of messages. What I would like to do is, so say if I had this belongs to this belongs to my channel, the expectation is I would only see this message if I clicked on this and I was in my channel, right? So next session we'll start categorizing that, and I think we'll essentially be almost done with everything. There is a couple polish items I have on my to-do list. The first one being we're going to have a username. Right now, since we just have username, or just since, excuse me, back up, since right now we only have email password authentication, we don't really attach a username to anything, so you can't really, use a cool alias if you wanted to, or essentially have your email just showing up, and that's kind of boring. So you can see here right now I just have my name hard-coded here. The intention is next session when you create a new user, this will display the username that you chose for yourself. Okay? So we're going to tie username in together, and then we're going to tie in message categorization for channels. Okay? And then once we tie those two in, we're going to talk about how to deploy this to the internet so your friends can actually join this, and then we can play, and then we can join each other's servers live and chat back and forth. Okay? So right now I actually do have I don't have the hard code. I don't have the URL now, but I actually do have my application live on the internet now that people can join and type in. I won't show that now. Essentially, we'll just show that at the end. And other people that are taking this tutorial with me, they can paste their Firebase URLs in the chat, and we can, join each other's servers and talk back and forth. So I'm going to go ahead and push what we've done so far to my GitHub, and also upload these documents into the actual channel link as well. Okay. So again, apologize for the hiccups. I didn't realize that Angular Fire actually updated their APIs. So when I first initially built this a couple weeks ago, it was using the older version. So I'm gonna have to go back and rewrite some stuff, and then we can go from there. Okay. So I'll see you guys next week. We're almost done. I think next week may or may not be our last session. If it's not, we'll have maybe one more session after that. Okay. All right, see you guys then. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started. So I haven't streamed in probably about 3 to 4 weeks, maybe? I'm not sure. I had a bunch of life things going on. I did a hackathon, and then did a lot of traveling for family stuff. So I apologize for that. But hopefully this and the next episode should be the last ones. So just give me a second to get settled in here. Let's briefly talk about what we have so far, just because it's been so long, and also because I kind of just need a refresher. So what we have so far, I believe we have authentication, we have the ability to save messages, and the ability to create channels. So just to reinforce the authentication part, I believe if I try to go to the home state, if I'm not logged in, it redirects me to the login route. So let me go ahead and just test this again. I'll put in my test username or user email. So when I log in, oh, Gmail. It's not Gmail, it's test.com. I'm sorry. I was about to say. Okay, cool. So now you can see as soon as I log in, I go to the routing page. If I hit log out, I get sent back to this login page, and I can no longer access the chat room state that we were just seeing. Let me go ahead and show you another feature. We have the create an account feature. So you saw now I added one that I made previously, but let me add another one called test.com, the password, and I'll make the username test. This is actually a new feature that I didn't add during the stream, so I'm going to show you what it does now, and then I'll kind of briefly go over the code and show how I did that. But it's pretty straightforward, basically the same as how we did these other two fields. So I'll put username test, I'll hit create, and now you can see my actual username being placed here. So how did we do that? So before we were just using user email, but now I'm going to show you how we're going to use username. So if I show you to the login component, essentially all I'm doing is I'm adding another field to my form group. So on line 40 here, you can see I have username now, and it's required. So that's reflected in the HTML. If I just go down here, let me close this stuff up a little bit. I just basically just add another form field like it was for email password. So for everyone kind of joining in late, I'm kind of just going over the username feature. So if I click here, so now you can actually add email, password, username, right? So basically all I did was add a username field, and if we actually go to the login form code, the field here, this username field, I take that, let's see, so I create the user, and the create user API returns a promise, right? So the way for us to create a user is by using this email password. Okay, so I create this. Once this is successfully created, it's going to return a promise to me. And then once I get that promise, I'm going to say, okay, look at my JSON object, which is Firebase. Go to users, so create a new users node, and use the user ID of the user you just created. So when I hit create, it sends an API call to create a user, and it's going to return the user that was just created. So I take that user that was just created right here, and I take the ID, right? And then I store that user ID in the user's object. So I'll kind of show you what that looks like in Firebase, just because I'm sure it doesn't look, it's not very intuitive when you look at it in code. So you can see here, this is a direct representation of our Firebase database. So the user I just created right before the stream, or I created a test at test.com. This property you see here, or this key, is actually the user ID. So this ID here is what gets sent back through this code right here. And then you can kind of see I say update any user that's at this key, meaning update this user with this key, and then set the email, photo URL, and username, which you see here. Test, blah, 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 username test, right? And the username came from the form that we see here. Cool. So that's like a quick overview on how I added the username. I added one more feature that I think I didn't get to on the stream. And there's something in Angular routing called guards. So if I go to my app routing module right here, on line 12, there's a can activate. And in the can activate feature, basically what it's going to do is it's going to call a method, and this method is going to return a boolean, right? And this boolean will basically just be true or false, and if it's true, you can go to this route. If it's false, you can't go to that route. So if we look at that auth guard service, there's a method called can activate. So let me just show you what it looks like in user flow, so it makes sense to you before I start diving into the code. So we're not logged in, right? So if I refresh the page, since I'm not authenticated, it hits that auth guard that I was just mentioning, and it will say if I'm logged in or not. If I'm not logged in, it sends me here. If I am, it will send me to the actual chat room. So let me log in real fast. chrisbatista@test.com, password. And now that I'm logged in, it's actually letting me see this home state, right? So if I log out and I try to revisit that same path we were just at, it's going to say, oh, you're not logged in. Let me take you to the login page. So that makes sense, right? So in code, basically what's happening is I'm going to get a Boolean from my auth service. So let me go ahead and open my auth service side by side. And the way the Firebase APIs work is when you're authenticated, basically you get a user object, and if you're not authenticated, your user object is undefined. So you can see here, I'm actually subscribing, I'm subscribing to this user object, which is effectively just the auth state, right? And the auth state, like I said, is it's either if it's defined, you're logged in. If it's not defined, you're not logged in. So I just say, look at allservice.user, and I'm just going to take the first one, take the first observable or not first stream of data that you're going to send to me, and then I'm just going to make the determination if you're logged in or not. So when I say take one, it just means I'm only going to take I'm only going to subscribe one time, and then after this initial subscription, once I get that initial value, I'm going to complete the subscription. So this effectively never gets any more data after you log in. So you can pretty much see here, user not equal null. If that's true, I say do user. So if user is true, keep going. If it's not true, or if it's false, which you see here, let's send you to the login route. Okay. That's probably as in-depth as I'm going to get with that. If you're interested looking further into how router guards work, you can just Google it. I think the documentation has some good stuff, and there's some good blog articles, or you can just rewind the stream and just kind of go through what I just went over again. Okay, so now that we kind of have most of the functionality in our application, I'll kind of show you where we kind of left off at. What is this? Oh, wrong username. Okay. So now that I'm logged in, we have the ability to create channels, and we actually have the ability to create messages, right? So if I do another message, you'll see my name pop up again. So what we don't have is we don't have the ability to actually compartmentalize messages with the channels, right? So I have this Batista channel that's kind of standalone here, and I kind of have these messages that are kind of just free floating, right? They don't really belong to a channel. So if you kind of look at the database here, we just have a channel, right? Right here, Batista's channel, you can see that right here. And then we just kind of have a list of messages that don't belong to anything, right? Like you have the message key, which isn't really doing anything in our application. Then you have the message content, and then you have the message timestamp of when the message was actually inputted in the database. But there's no way for us to actually tie these messages to this specific chat room, right? So one way we can actually bucket these messages with chat rooms is by basically using the key here and relating it to a message here. So what we could do is we could take this channel key, and we essentially want to replace this key here with this channel key, right? So there will actually be another layer, or there'll be a parent to this list here with the channel key, right? So let me kind of show you what that will look like. Look at my notes real fast. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we need to just go ahead and make a channel object or channel type. So I'll go ahead and just do channel.ts, and let me see what I put in here. Okay, I'm just going to copy and paste this for ease. So for channels, we need the channel name, channel timestamp from when it was created. This is going to kind of help us. You'll see later. It kind of helps us make a hack to where we can add the latest channel to our list, and it'll make more sense as I start building this out more. But these are the 3 fields we're going to need, and this question mark just means it's optional. So you can have it missing, and you won't get any like static like errors or anything, or runtime error, or compilation errors rather. So this key here is going to be the key you see here, and then essentially name and timestamp, which is these 2 fields. Okay. Okay. So this toolbar component that we're in right now, that represents this list you see here. So what we want to happen is when we click on my channel, we want to kind of save the key that this channel is bound to, meaning we want this value right here, and we want to tie it to this chat room component to the right. So when I click on this, I essentially send this key here, or send my channel key to channel, and then the channel is actually going to take the key that it got from here and then query messages so it knows what messages actually belong to this channel. So I'll go ahead and just code that out so it makes a little bit more sense. So right now you can see here I'm pretty much just displaying any channel, right? So right now no messages belong to anything. So right now what we need is the key, and we're going to need the name, and I think the timestamp. So let me just start from square one. So what we need in this list, we need a list of channels. So I just made that channel object, or that channel class you see here. So I'll say we need channels, and it's going to be an array of channels. Alright, let's import that, and that's effectively going to populate our drop-down list. Okay. I think there's one more thing I need to do, but before we do that, let me see. Sorry, I had the wrong notes up. Okay, perfect. So now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and grab our channels from our database, right? So we have this DB object here, which essentially just represents a connection to this whole database here. So if I do this DB dot object, oops, I think it's channels, and this is going to say in our database, grab us the channels property, right? And then value changes. This is pretty much going to fire off, whenever we add a channel, remove a channel, pretty much any data manipulation, this would get triggered, right? So quick question in the channel. He asked, how many channels can we make on this clone? You can make as many as you want. It's going to be infinite. At the end of the day, it's literally just a list of channels. So there's no, well, I'm sure there is a limitation that Firebase may give you with your free account. But I mean, ideally, there's going to be no limit. So you can just, go nuts with that. Okay, so I'm going to explain why I'm doing take one here in just a second, but just know we're going to need that. We need to only take the first one initially. I'll explain after I actually finish typing out this code. Channels, sorry. And then we're going to map. And map is actually going to come from Lodash. I can't remember if we install Lodash. If not, we'll install it. Okay. So Lodash isn't actually mapped yet, but the reason why we need this map functionality is because it has the ability to map objects. Ideally, the mapping function is just for arrays, but the Lodash allows us to iterate over objects. And that'll make more sense once this is complete. So what we're going to do is we're going to map over all the channels that we get back. Basically, the channels is just going to be that list you see here. So if I had like 5 channels, it would map over like 5 times. Okay. Actually, I think I typed that wrong. I think it's channels. I'm brain farting. Channels. Okay. Takes a function. Channel key. Okay, and then the key. The name is going to be Let's make sure I did that right. So we map over channels. We have a function that takes channel key. Oh, oops, messed this part up. What we need is we need this .channels.push, and this channels is just referring to this channels, which is going to be populating our list in the dropdown or in the sidebar. So I'm going to push key and push name. I think it's channel.name. I think that's all we need. Okay. So I'll comment this just so it makes sense. So we're going to map over channels and push to our channels array that populates the sidebar. Okay. So so basically what's happening is, what this is saying is, go to our database, grab the channels object. For initial load, we're only going to take the initial load, which is take one. So once we subscribe to that channel, it's going to give us the full list, and then we're going to pretty much shut off the subscription because we only want the full list once. And this will make sense after I type out the next method. But after that, it just says, okay, now that we have that list of channels, maybe it's 5, 10, infinite number, we're going to map over each channel, right? So now we're in the so this function is going to take a channel and a key, which basically is going to look like it's going to take this channel you see here. The key is going to be, oh, let me hit back real quick. The key is going to be this field, right? And then the name is going to be channel.name, right? So what our object looks like is pretty much just an object that has our key here and our name here, okay? So that's what's happening. So it's going to be an array of those, and then so forth and so on, depending on full list of what? It's going to be a full list of channels. So every time I'm referring to the list right now, I'm referring to whatever list appears here, right? And right now it's broken because I'm typing out code, but yeah. Okay, so there's another quick hack we have to do, and at least at the time of recording this video, there's no other way to do it, or that I found. Let me just give you a backstory. I'm just going to comment this: hack to only get latest added channel and append channel list. And so what I'm about to type out, or the reason why I'm doing what I'm about to do is, so say 2 users were on my Firebase client right now. If one of us were to add a new channel called like my channel or test channel, it would actually send the full list of everything we've ever made. So if we had 5 channels and you added another one, which would make 6, it would actually append 6 channels to my list that you just, it would basically append 6 channels to my list, so then I would have, you know, double the amount. So let me just type this out. So if we had 2 channels here, see Batista channel, and we have test channel, right? And we're both signed on to the same client. Let me zoom in. So this is mine, so this is me, and say this is you, right? And you know, I'm not adding any channels, I'm just typing messages, but you wanted to make a new channel called U channel, right? If you added that, what would happen is it would actually go to my client and it would append what already exists plus yours. I don't know why they didn't really have an API directly supporting that, but I don't know, we have to make a hack for that to not to happen. So as you can see here, as you keep adding channels, and say you add another channel, it would actually take my list again and then, like, you know, exponentially keep, you know, adding onto it for whatever reason, right? So what my hack is going to do is just going to make it so when you add your channel, right, it would just literally just add your channel to my list. Okay. I don't want to go too depth into that, but that's basically the use case of what I'm about to do. Okay. So we have our list, or we have our reference to our DB again, right? So we're going to do DB list, and we're going to say give us the channels. This is the reference. Okay. so we're going to order by timestamp, right? And I'll explain all this once I'm done typing it. It'll make a little bit more sense once I'm done typing it, but limit to last one. Okay, gets a little bit more crazier. Let's see, snapshot changes. So when that changes, I'm going to subscribe to the changes. It's going to return us actions. Channels push, and this action I could probably just this action is actually the channel, right? So let me make this, I'll make this a little bit more legible. Channel.key, and then we need the name, which is name dot channel.payload. Something's not correct. Oh, okay, sorry. Channels. And then what I do is channels dot for each. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was missing some syntax. Let me just delete this part real quick. So the subscription returns a list of channels. Now we need to iterate over the channels, right? Okay, and now we have our key, which is going to be channel.key, name, channel, I think it's payload.val.name. I think that's it. Let's make sure. Oh man, I'm messing this all up. Shit. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So we subscribe to channels, we iterate over the channels, and now this is our list of channels that is represented on our web page, right? Now I gotta push it. Sorry, that was all out of order there. So now it's key channel.key name. And again, I'm gonna go over what I just typed out because it's I'm sure it's a little confusing right now. If I can type. I don't think I can type. Okay. Jeez, that was painful. Okay. Now let's kind of go over what I'm doing here. Okay, so once we initialize our toolbar, we basically say, hey, give us all the channels that exist in my channels database. And for visual representation, this is our channels database right here, or our channels property. Give us every channel that's in this list. Right now we only have one. So give us all our channels and push it to this local channels property that we have, right? But we only do that once, so that's what that's take one means. It just means, hey, give me the initial value in our database and then kill the subscription. I don't want any more data from you, okay? So that initial load will populate our channels DB. So when we do initially load everything, it will just be the initial snapshot. Now, what this next part is for when we add a channel after the fact, right? So we have our initial load of X number of channels, and now this will handle for every channel after that. So basically what it says is give me all the channels in the database, but ordered by timestamp. If you recall, we have a timestamp property, right? So order by timestamp, but start at right now at this instant. Okay, so basically the latest channel that we've created up until this point, right? And then limit to last. So basically it's descending order starting from most recent date. So if I just created one just now, that would be, you know, at the top of the list, right? And then we limit to last one, right? Which basically says give me the first, or yeah, give me the first one, or yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much just like our filter query, or our predicate rather. So this filters out the list by that. And if anything comes back, it should trigger snapshot.changes, and then we're going to subscribe to those changes. So right now, basically, if I added a new channel, this would get triggered, right? Because snapshot changes. And then what we're going to do is we're going to iterate over the channels, but ideally we're only going to have one, right? Because we see we have this limit to last one. So we are doing a for each, but it's just an array with one channel, okay? And once we get that last channel, we're going to push it to our channels array, okay? So, okay, now let's actually hook that up. Let me see here. So channels, so we don't need this async pipe anymore. And let's see what happens. I'm not sure if this is going to work out the box. Probably not, right? Okay. So toolbar component. Let's make sure we don't have any errors either. Okay, no errors. Okay. So your toolbar component, battery link channel, blah, 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 blah. So ng4 channel of channels. Okay. So for whatever reason, this looks like it's not working. Anyways, let me further test that out. We actually have one more step to do anyways. So what we want to handle next, right, is when we actually click on a channel name, we want to actually grab that key and, you know, tell the chat room application that, hey, I clicked on this channel, here's the key, and now I want you to query messages based on the channel that I just clicked, okay? So let's just pretend that things were showing on the page. We'll figure out why it's not in a second. So when you actually click on a name, like my channel would be in that list, we want to call an event called, let's call it on channel click, right? And we're going to actually send it the channel that we clicked on. That's what the channel represents. So you can see here, let channel of channel. We're referencing it here, okay? So we actually need to make a corresponding method for that. So we'll do that here. So we have a method now, and we need it should send back a channel, right? So now, when I click on that, what I want to happen is, I want to essentially say, hey chat room, I clicked on this channel. This channel has a key of this. Now go grab messages that have this key, or that belong to this bucket of keys, or to this bucket of this specific ID I just clicked on. Okay. So how can we have our two components talk to each other, right? We have two sibling components. We have this sidebar and we have this chat room, right? These are two components side by side. How can we kind of make them talk to each other? We're going to use something. We're going to use a service, right? So let me actually kill this application real quick, and we're going to actually make a service. Okay. Let me kill these errors that are complaining. So let's actually make a service. Let's see. Source app. I want to basically add a service to this toolbar folder. So that's what I'm going to pretty much navigate to. Let's see what's in here. CD. Oh, CD toolbar. There it is. So if we ls that. Okay. So now let's create a service. Let's call it toolbar service, right? So if you recall Angular CLI, that's what this is built on. That's what we're using to generate our services. So click that, and it says, okay, cool. I created your toolbar service. And for whatever reason, it created it in the home folder. I don't know why I did that. Anyways, we can just move these easily. It's not a big deal. Let me actually move these over to the toolbar. Okay, cool. Alright, so now we have the toolbar service. Before we can actually use this toolbar service, right, we need to actually add it to our app.module. And again, this is like the hub that, you know, this pretty much is like the mothership that just says whatever's in here belongs in your application. There's a question, is it a problem if it's in the home folder? No, it's not an issue at all, but for the sake of my architecture, I like to keep things that, logically belong together in the same folder because it's just easier to keep track. Okay? So I can do toolbar service. Cool. So now that we have that, we can actually reference that service now. Okay, so in our toolbar service, what do we want to happen? We want to actually essentially store that channel we just clicked on, right? So we kind of want like a current channel. We kind of want the application to know the current channel that we just clicked, right? So how can we do that? So let's go ahead and make a method called select channel, right? And it will take a channel. Okay, and we got to import the type. Okay. Okay, so now once this method would be called once we click on anything, on our channel list. So once we click on that channel, we're going to essentially dispatch, the channel that we just clicked on to our entire application. So we can use something called like a behavior subject, which is essentially like an observable. So you can actually like subscribe, and you can actually like push values to it as well. So let's call it current channel. Okay. And it's gonna actually dispatch channel stuff. And it's gonna dispatch an initial value of null. Okay. So this is actually, when we actually click on a channel, we're gonna say, hey application, this channel that was just clicked, we're going to dispatch that out through this. Okay, it'll make more sense if you're not like familiar with like reactive or RxJS. Definitely read into it, but this is like a convenient way to kind of have streamable data throughout your application. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to actually call this method in our service from our toolbar component. Okay, so if we go here, what we need to do is now that we need this service, we need to inject it into our toolbar component. Otherwise, we can't use it. So I'll just call it toolbar service. So now that it's been injected into our component, we can actually do stuff with it. So we can do this toolbar service dot select channel. Okay. Great. We're not going to actually see that come full circle until we actually get to our chat room component. But let's quickly try to figure out why our channels aren't showing up. Push of undefined, blah 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 blah. What is it pushing here? Oh. Got it. You gotta initialize the array. Great. Okay, perfect. So now you can see our channels being added here. So let me go ahead and add another one. We'll just call this test channel. We'll create it, and now you see here we have Batista channel and test channel. Okay. So now the next step is these messages belong to nothing, right? But we want them to belong to something. And that's pretty much why we just did everything we did with the toolbar service. When we click on something, it's going to, where'd it go? It's going to call this method. It's going to say, hey, this is the current channel I just clicked on. Push it to the application. Okay? So that's what's happening here. So, but right now, nothing's actually, listening for this. So what we need to do is we actually need to link this up to our chat room component, so it knows that we just clicked on Batista channel. It knows that we just clicked on test channel, right? So let's go ahead and hook that up. So we have a chat room component, blah. Okay. So what we need to do now is let's kind of go ahead and start a little bit from scratch. So if you see here, this is pretty much, it says, hey, give me every message that's in the message property in our database, which is not what we want, right? We just want messages that belong to the channel we just clicked on, right? Does that make sense? Okay. So just like we did for the channel class or channel type, let's go ahead and make a message type as well. And I'll show you what that will look like. I'm just going to paste in quickly. This is basically all the metadata that's going to be represented in a message, right? We want a timestamp of when a message was typed in. We want the actual content, right? Probably want the user ID of the user that actually typed the message. And for convenience, you want to get the username as well, so you have to worry about doing an extra query to grab the username. And then you probably want the photo URL, right? So if they have their own avatar, you want that to display with the message. So that makes sense, right? Cool. So if we go back to our chat room component, this kind of follows the same thing of what we did in channels. We're going to have an array of messages, right? And let's initialize that so we don't have that issue again like we did previously. Okay. And now what we need to do is, like going back to the same fact, when we click on a channel, this component needs to know what channel we clicked on, right? And the only way the reason what we did to solve that problem is we created this service, right? So this chat room component needs this service to get this channel that we just clicked on. So let's go ahead and inject that service into this chat room component, so we have access to that current channel, right? Because otherwise it's just sitting there and has no idea what's going on in the world. Okay, let's try to import messages. Not sure why the importing is so buggy on this computer. I'm not sure why. Oops, that's not it. Oh, I know why. I'm stupid. It's just message, not messages. Okay, there we go. Cool. Okay. All right. So this next query is going to be a little bit verbose, but it'll make sense as we go through it. Okay. So, like I said, we need the actual channel, right, of what we're on. So let's go ahead and make a placeholder that's kind of going to store what channel we're on. All right. So this is going to be our placeholder. That's going to say our current channel will be stored in this property. Okay. And now we're going to say, hey, this toolbar service, give me the current channel. Okay. And I only want new information when I've clicked on a different channel. And that's what this distinct until change does. If I keep clicking on the same channel and over again, it won't grab new data. It'll be like, hey, we already have this information. There's no reason to get some more. Okay? So that's what this is doing. And now we're going to subscribe. Okay? And it's going to essentially give us the channel that we just clicked on here. So when we click on this, that's what this channel is actually referencing. Okay? So let's go ahead and just, once we click on a channel, we want to go ahead and store it locally in our chat room component. So that's what that's going to do. So now we have a local reference. We can display the channel name up here somewhere. So it'd probably be like, what? Channel.name, right? So now that we have actually a local reference and we store it here, we can now display the name of the channel that we currently are clicked on. Okay? Ooh, whoa, that was weird. All right, so next stuff. Now that we have the channel that we just clicked on, now we can say, hey, now give me the messages that actually belong to this channel. Okay? So we have reference to our DB, like we did in toolbar. db.list, and we want the messages node, right? And just to reiterate, messages, when I say /messages, it's literally talking about this stuff right here. Okay? So give me everything that's there. But what we talked about before, what we're going to want to do now is we actually want to bucket these two messages underneath a channel key, right? So when I click on this key right here, which is represented by this channel right here, it will go to messages and say, hey, what messages belong under this channel key, and then grab those. Okay? So right now our database doesn't match that, so let me go ahead and just clear the messages prompt for now, and then as we start typing more messages, or as we get to the part where we're going to start entering messages, you'll see it come full circle. Okay. So how do we do that? How do we only grab messages that belong to the channel we just clicked on? So what we want to do is, let's go ahead. So in ES6, you can do the backtick, and this is how you render variables in a string. So we can do this.channel. This.channel, again, is the chat room we just clicked on. So if I clicked on that, that's what this.channel is, okay? And we're going to take the key, okay? So what that looks like is, go to the messages property in our database. So pretend we have a messages thing underneath users. We'll say, hey, go to messages, and now find the next property that matches the key that I'm sending in, which is just like this hash or whatever, right? And then give me anything that's in that list, okay? And as we start saving messages, you'll have a better picture. Right now it's kind of a little bit confusing for sure, but I promise you won't be confused soon. So snapshot changes whenever that collection changes. We're gonna want to subscribe to those changes, right? Because we want to, every time someone saves a message, we want to see that, right? We want that change reflected in our application. Oops, I don't know why I deleted that. So subscribe. And basically what this does is it sends us a list of actions. And essentially each action is really just messages, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this.messages. I'm going to initialize the array, okay? And then actions.forEach. So now we want to iterate over all the messages that exist in our database, right? Or that exist at this specific place in our database, right? So iterate over that. Say action. And I could rename these to messages. Doesn't matter. Okay, so let's get the payload. Const payload. Action.payload.file. So basically it's saying for this iteration or this message, give me the value or give me all the data that belongs to this message, and we'll just store it like in the payload, right? So like maybe like name, photo URL, it's all like in this payload object because of this action.payload.val will basically spit out all that data for us, okay? So what we want to do is, as we iterate through each message, we want to push those messages to our local, list of messages so we can display it on the page, okay? So we do that, so this.push, okay? And we need user ID, so we'll say like payload .user ID. Let's see, we need the message, which is just payload.message. We need timestamp, payload.timestamp. And again, payload could be easily renamed to message. I'm sure that would probably make more sense to you guys right now, but we're too far gone. Okay, a username, photo URL, what, payload. Cool. Okay. Now let's go over this beast real quick. Okay. Sorry, this is going to be a big mouthful, but okay, what we did here is when we click on a channel name, we tell the chat room component that we just clicked on a new channel, right? This is what this is doing, okay? We're subscribed to this current channel observable, essentially. So if I click on a channel, it's going to trigger this, which will then trigger us querying the database for that specific key. So right now it's saying, hey, give me all the messages in Batista's channel right now, right? If I click that, that's essentially what this is going to say. And then it's going to say, give me all those messages. Let me go ahead and clear out whatever was in my messages list. So if I was on a separate chat room like test channel, that channel, this messages array would still have all those channel messages in the array. So we clear it out and start from scratch, right? And then we say, okay, now we fill it with all the messages from this new channel that we just clicked on. And that's what this is doing here. Make sense? Okay? All right. So what we need to hook up now is we need to, when we actually type a message though, you can see here on our add message, we're just pushing it to the messages property. We're not pushing it to the messages underneath a specific channel, right? And so you can see where there's so unless we do this, what we just did above is not going to help anything. So let's go ahead and modify this method to say, hey, push messages to the channel that we currently, are in, right? Okay, so we already have a reference to the channel, right, that we clicked on, so we can literally just do what we did up here. Cool. So now we have a reference to messages in the channel key that we just clicked on. And that's how we're going to actually, save messages underneath a specific bucket, okay? We're missing a couple things here. Let's go ahead and let's see, let's add username, okay? I think it's like this username, and I think we need photo URL. Cool. So now every time we push a message, it should send the user's username with it, user's photo URL, date, or timestamp, and a message. So let's see what kind of errors we're getting right here. Oh, right. Okay. So now we don't need this async type anymore because we actually have a local reference to a messages array. Okay. So channel.name. I think we need to just put that there. Cool. See what errors we got. This.channel.key. Let's figure out why that's broken. May just be some logic flow we need to clean up. But let me go ahead and just log in one more time. Probably going to get the same error again. That's fine. So test channel. Okay. We'll fix that other flow error up in a little bit. But you can see now when I click on a channel, it's actually reflecting, the channel we just clicked on. So you know that the service we just made that kind of dispatches the current channel is working, right? Because you can see it here. So let's see if our messaging is working. When I say buckets, I'm referring to channels, right? So when I say Batista channel, that could be Batista's bucket, I guess. I don't know. I'm using those synonymously. So let's do this. Batista's channels. That just looks weird. First message. Cool. So if I click here, I don't see that message anymore. If I click back, I now see it. So let's do this. Test channel. Test channel's first message. Test channel. Batista channel. Cool. So you can see here as I click on different ones, now we actually have, each message in a different channel. If we look down here, this is our messages. If we actually compare the keys, you can see this key right here matches this key right here, which is our Batista channel. So when I actually click on a channel, so to just further make this make more sense, hopefully, this right here, so when it says, hey, go to our messages list, and anything under the key of this channel, grab. And you can see here these two keys match. So when I click on this channel, it sends this key here and says, hey, find me all the messages right here that exist under this key in the messages property. And that's all it is to it, right? So that's basically how all that's working, okay? So now, you can see here I can add, another channel, right? If I click on another channel, there's no messages. Another channel's first message. Boom. Okay, cool. So now you can see here, our application is actually, getting a lot more mature. I can actually go to different chat rooms and, see different messages now. Some features I'm going to add. So next stream for sure, what we're going to do is we're actually going to deploy this to the internet, so you guys can actually join in, log in, or whatever you want, and then actually chat on this client. And I also want to make a feature where I think I might have this now. Let me see. See another channel. If I log out and come back, I don't think I actually put that feature in yet. Okay. Yeah, so it actually saves the last channel I was on. So if I go to my database, if I go to users, okay, never mind. Looks like I haven't added that feature in. But features I'm going to add though, just for next or the next final stream we're going to deploy. We're going to keep reference to the last channel you were last visiting when you signed out. So when you sign back in, you'll just automatically be thrown into the last channel you were chatting in, right? What else is there? I think that might be it. If I think of anything else, I'll let you know. But I think there is some errors that I saw when we were typing in through this. Yeah, so we have like these permission things. We'll clean those up next class. Essentially, what's happening is I'll show you just to give you some quick context. In our auth service, we're actually subscribing to the users property, or users array rather. And once I log out, I don't have permissions to read this anymore, right? Because once I'm logged out, I don't have any access to anything in here, right? But what's happening is, since I'm subscribed to it, I still am trying to access it. So when I hit log out, the subscription is still alive. And then it gives me that error. It's saying, hey, you don't have rights to go to the users, table or whatever. And that's why we're getting that. So I'll clean that up. Looks like this one's specifically for messages, but it's the same rinse and repeat for everything we're doing. So you can see here I have one for channels, and I have one for users somewhere probably. So we'll go ahead and we'll clean up all those errors next class. We'll deploy it, and then I think we'll be done. And then we'll probably think about what kind of application we want to make next. I'm debating if I want to do it in React or Angular. But I'll let you know. But yeah, that's it. I think we made a lot of good progress. We now have everything working. We have usernames. We have the username showing up. We have channel names showing up. So as far as like a basic Slack client goes, this is pretty much all you would ever need. But yeah, so we'll further clean this up next class. And then we'll probably be done with it at that point. Cool? Alright, see you guys next week. Thank you. Okay, sorry guys, this is going to be off schedule. I've kind of been out of pocket for a little bit. This is going to be pretty much wrapping up everything we've gone over the past, 7 lessons maybe. So I don't expect anyone to be watching currently, just because I should have streamed yesterday. Actually, I forgot. I was actually got swamped with work. So I'm kind of just going to go ahead and show you in this course, or this final lesson, how to deploy our app, and I'm also going to wrap up some minor bugs that we had in the prior lesson. So what we're going to cover, what I'm going to cover first, is wrapping up the bugs that we had the previous lesson, which I didn't really go over. So let me go ahead and open up my console real quick. Let's see. Let's go ahead and start our app real fast, because actually I'm not in here. But while that's loading, let me go ahead and talk about the bug I'm about to fix. So last lesson, I went over how to create channels and messages and so forth and so on. And the way we were getting those messages and channels back was because we were listening, to the database real time, right? And in order to do that, we have to be authenticated. So one of the issues we were having is when we actually hit the logout button, unless you have the console open, you won't really notice it. But if you did have the console open, you would notice a bunch of permission errors. So what would happen is when you click the logout button, it would unauthenticate us, so we're logged out technically. But we actually had open subscriptions to the database still wired up. So I was basically still subscribing to observables. So when I logged out, I would basically I would still have that connection with the database, but I wasn't authenticated. So when I logged out, it would error out saying, hey, you don't have permissions to read from the database. So there's a couple places where it was airing out. Let me go ahead and open the app real fast. So if we go to our app. So one place that was happening was we were listening to this list of channels, right? So when I logged out, I would still try to retrieve the list of channels, but I wasn't authenticated, so it errored out. So that was one place where it was airing out. The second place it was airing out was we were subscribing to our user object, or actually we were subscribing to the user info object. So let me kind of show you what that is in the database, so it kind of makes a little bit more sense. Wait for this to load. IVD Slack tutorial. Go to our database tab. So here, so these are three things we're pretty much subscribing to: the channels, which I showed you here, this list of channels, and then we're listening to messages, which is this stuff right here, right? And you can see that here we're looking for messages, and then we're also listening for user data. So that's how I got the username. So after you clicked login or whatever, I would then use your ID, which is this right here, and then grab the username so I could display it, right here, or in the messages, essentially. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to stop that subscription after we hit the logout button. So how do we do that? There's a couple different ways you can do this. One's probably best practice. One is just kind of another naive way. So let me go ahead and I'll go ahead and solve the error for this one right here, or for the toolbar. So if you go to toolbar component, we can see here that I am subscribing to the list of channels, right? And that's what gets displayed here. This is what this is right here. Channel. We get the list from our Firebase storage, and then we push each channel to our channels array, which we then iterate over in the HTML to display it, right? So we have ng4 channels and so forth, so on. Nothing new from what you saw in the previous lessons. So, like I said before, since we're subscribing to this, once we hit log out, we don't have permissions to read from, the channels, property from our JSON object. So what I have to do is I need to kind of communicate to the whole entire app that we did in fact log out, right? And where should we exactly do that from? We should probably do that from the authentication service, right? So we have this auth service. If you see here, we have this auth state changed property or method or whatever that will pretty much fire off every time our auth state changes, right? So you can see here, once it gets kicked off, I check if there's a user. If there's a user object, you know that I'm authenticated. If there's not, I'm logged out. So what I do is after I hit that logout button, right, user is going to be null because we hit logout, so we're no longer authenticated. So we're no longer going to go into this block anymore, but we're going to fall into this block, which is where we're going to say, hey, we're logged out now. And the way I communicate that is basically I have a subject here, and a subject's basically it's kind of like an observable. You can subscribe and you can emit values. So from the subject, what I can do is I can do .next, right? Because I can push values to it, but I can also subscribe to it. So if I go to my toolbar, let me see here. If I go here, right here, it pretty much just says when I push the next value, this will be satisfied. And let me kind of start over. That was kind of a not very good explanation. So what happens is we have this subject, which we're going to push values to, and then in all our components that need to know when we're logged out are going to be listening for it. They're going to be essentially subscribed to it, right? And you can see here, I have the logged out observable or subject right here, and that's what we're going to kind of subscribe to. And when that actually pushes a value, this take until is going to hear that and then cancel the subscription, right? So let me go over that one more time. When I hit log out, we push true to the logged out subject, right? In my toolbar component, which is this right here on the left hand side, when that hears that when that hears that true value get pushed to it, it's gonna be triggered right here, right? So what this says is I'm gonna subscribe to values coming from this observable until I'm gonna subscribe to values from this observable until this is true, right? So that's pretty much what that's saying. So take until. So take until, this observable evaluates to true, or it gives me a value of true, right? So that's what's happening there. So that way, the other naive way is you can manually create like a subscription. So you could do like, let my subscription, right? And then you can have an on destroy event, which is just the lifecycle hook, right? And this isn't going to work, so I need to import the typings. But what you would do is you could just do like this, my subscription dot unsubscribe. That's like a different way you can do it. But that's not typically known as best practices, because what could happen is the more subscriptions you have, the more out of control this kind of gets. You're going to have all these different subscriptions or unsubscription declarations. So say you're, listening for like 10 different data sources, right? You would have 10 subscriptions, and then you would have to, repeat this 10 times for each subscription, right? Like my subscription 2, my subscription 3, so forth and so on, right? So the way we mitigate that whole thing is literally by doing the take until. Let me go ahead and remove what I just did here. So that way, if you had a bunch of data sources, you can literally just put this take until on each one, and then they would all be like, okay, we will all subscribe to this from this data source until, this subject pushes a true or pushes a value at us, okay? And so that's how the toolbar was fixed. If we go, I think I did it in the chat room. Let me make sure. Yeah, so if you go in the chat room component, which is, this area right here, we're pretty much listening for messages to get pushed at us from Firebase. Same thing. I just, grab that logged out subject. When it pushes a value of true at me, I'm gonna, essentially kill this subscription. I don't want to take any more values from it. Okay? And then the third place that we got to fix it is going to be actually in the auth service itself. So like I was saying, what I need from when we first authenticate, I need to go ahead and grab the username and like user photo URL or whatever, right? So I grab that once we hit the login button. So if you look here, we're subscribing to the user snapshot or to the user's property in the JSON object. So you see here, we have username, photo URL, test, and this is the user property in our JSON tree, right? So I'm subscribed to that. I probably don't have to keep an open subscription, but yeah. Anyways, so I do the same thing. So you can see here, if I log in and the user's true, which means I logged in, go ahead and take the ID of who I just logged in as, right? And then you're going to go to the JSON object with the property users. So like my database.users with the key of ID. And then I want to pretty much go ahead and grab all that user metadata and store it locally in our app, right? So I have a current user observable that I push to different parts of the app. Okay, so since I'm subscribed to that, when I hit logout, I don't have permissions to keep pulling from that data source. So same idea. Take until when I'm logged out, then I know that we're no longer, so we don't need to subscribe to it anymore. So that will completely kill all the console errors, okay? And when you're, obviously if you're not like developer or whatever and you're just a regular user, I don't think you're actually affected by it, but if you have your dev console open like this, you would just see a whole bunch of red errors, right? But if you had it closed, you probably wouldn't notice it at all. Everything would still function as normal. Okay, so that's the first one. I made one other quick optimization, one not necessarily optimization, but one quick enhancement, and that is to auto join a channel after you create it. Okay, so let's kind of go into our channel component. Okay, and let me go ahead and show you how to create a channel. So if you notice from before, if I hit this plus sign, that means, you know, take me to the create channel form. Okay, so I'm going to do my test channel, and I'll create it, and then you can see that I'm automatically in the channel, and then I can now type, right? Because before, if we created a channel, it kind of just took us back to the home page, and we were kind of just sitting in, you know, no man's land. Okay, so how did I do that? Not very much more code than what was currently in place. I think what was in place before was literally that. So what would happen is when we hit the create channel button, it would go ahead and, you know, create this object and then push it to our channels property in our JSON object. So we see this channels ref here. This will always reference this channels property you see here. Okay. So then when I say this channels ref.push, since this is like a direct connection, it will push it directly to this property here. Okay? So what we were doing before is all we were doing was saying, hey, just take me back to the home page, and that's it. So what we want to do is we want to say, after we create the channel, go ahead and give me back the channel that I just created. So the channel that I literally just pushed to the database, we have referenced it here. So it's a promise. So we have a .then method here. And what the .then method will push us back is the actual channel we just literally created. So now that we have the channel here, we can now, you know, populate a local object and then kind of emit that object out to our entire app, so it kind of knows that, you know, hey, this is going to be the current channel that we want. Okay, so you can see here I have this channel. I'm going to go ahead and create an object, which is a type channel, which has a key and a name. So I'm going to take the key from the channel I just created, because we have reference to it here, and then I'm just going to say, hey, this.name.value, which is pretty much the name from the form, right? So we have this.name is referencing this form control here, which is this field. So when you say this.name.value, it's literally this value right here. Okay, so then we push that to our toolbar service. So this is nothing new. We're pretty much using the same code that would essentially, every time we click the channel, we were saying, hey, this is the current channel we're on. We push that to our chat room component, right? So we're just using the exact same mechanism as if you were clicking on the side here, but we're just going to manually do it. We're going to push another data into the stream. We're going to push another piece of data into the stream after we create a channel. So this is what this does. This says, hey, what's the current channel? I think current channel is a behavior subject, so it can emit values and you can subscribe to it. So we're going to say, hey, the next current channel is going to be the channel we just created. And then after we push that into the stream, we're going to navigate back to the home page, right? So that's why after I created the my test channel, we emitted that current channel value. And then since the chat room component is subscribed to the current channel subject, it says, hey, okay, now let's automatically join this channel. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of like the high-level overview of that. It's pretty straightforward. If you have any questions or you get confused trying to replicate this, feel free to message me. Also, there's a link to the GitHub as well. All right. Now, those were pretty much the two last final cleanup tasks we had to do. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and deploy the application to Firebase, so now other people can join our chat room, right? So how do we do that? If you go to the documentation here, there's a section called deploying Angular Fire to Firebase. Okay, so what you want to do is there's a link here to the Firebase documentation, and that's what pretty much this is how you're going to install Firebase CLI. Okay, so you can just run this command npm install -g Firebase tools. So you can just open up your console here, Okay, sorry. All right, so what you would do is npm install -g. Okay, so I've already installed this, so I'm not going to run it again. So after this finishes installing, you're now going to have Firebase tools, installed globally. You can access it from any path. All right. So after that's installed, let's go ahead and look at the documentation. It says it wants you to log in just by typing Firebase space login. So once you're done successfully installing, you do Firebase login, and what that's going to do is it's going to open up your browser, and it's going to say, hey, which Gmail account do you want to authenticate as? And it's just business as usual, right? You'll see like a list of your Gmail accounts, and you can pick one and just type in your password. After you go ahead and log in successfully, you're going to see in this console like, hey, you've successfully logged in, and then that's it, and then you're good to go, right? So once you're successfully logged in, you should be in the root of your Slack application, right? And we can go back to the instructions, and it's going to say, hey, you need to run Firebase init. Okay, and what Firebase init's going to do, I'll go ahead and just do it again. So if I do Firebase init, it's going to kick off the CLI here. It says you're initializing an existing Firebase project directly. Are you ready to proceed? Hit yes. So what you can do is, I would select these two, which is just going to be, actually I don't think you need hosting, you just need database. So you can just say, I just want to do database, right? You hit enter, and then it's going to say, what files should I use for database rules? You can just hit enter, because by default, it will automatically just create a database.rules.json. Okay? So if you hit enter, it says already exist. I'm not going to overwrite it since I already have one, but you just hit yes anyways, doesn't matter. So now it says your initialization is complete. So let's kind of go ahead and look at what it just created for me. We're going to have this Firebase RC file, which you won't really need to mess with. It kind of just has the name of your application, pretty general. Then it has these cookie cutter default rules, right? It just says you can read, only read if authenticated is not equal null, which just pretty much means you're authenticated. And then you can only write to the database if you're authenticated as well. So this will be pretty much already out of the box for you. It would have those rules. You don't have to type them in. If you have something a little more complicated, you can go ahead and do that here. I think it might actually read directly from your Firebase instance. So if you go here, don't quote me on this, but it may already just like read from this automatically. So if you wanted to modify this, I think it would automatically pull into here when you do the Firebase init. Okay. Lastly, we have this JSON file here. Actually, I think there's one more thing I have to do. Sorry. Let's do Firebase init one more time. And I think you want to do hosting as well. I think I misspoke. Okay, yeah, we do. So it says, what do you want to use as your public directory? Right? Here we're going to want to use our dist folder, and I'll explain that in the next step. So we're just going to go ahead and pick dist. Right? It says configure as a single page application, rewrite all URLs in HTML, just put no. Right. And let's see. So this is what it's going to spit out. Essentially what we just did, this is everything that it's going to spit out. So we have our hosting that we literally just did. We're going to say the public folder is dist. These are already built in. It ignores your Firebase JSON, any root stuff, and your node modules folder. Okay? And then this pretty much just says use this database rules.json file, which we just looked at, as the database rules. Okay? So one last step, what we need to do is, before we do our deploy, is let me minimize all this stuff. Let's see. Oh, nice. Cool. So last step is, you'll notice we have these environment files that we had before. So when we first initially set this up way back when, we copy and pasted our Firebase configuration into our environment.ts file. So we're actually going to need to copy and paste this into our prod file as well, because what's going to happen is when we build for production, the production is going to use this file instead of this file. Okay. So you can see here, I just copy and pasted everything. Everything should be the exact same from this one, so nothing new. We're just literally moving, we're just copy and pasting it to the other file. Okay, so now that that's all set up, well, let me recap real quick. You should have a Firebase JSON file, database rules.json file, and a Firebase RC file. Okay, and all these instructions are in the documentation, so how to deploy your Angular Fire to database, or to Firebase, it's all here on their GitHub. So you can just Google Angular Fire to database and you'll see it on there. Okay? And then you can see here, lastly, deploy your project. And we literally just run Firebase deploy. And that's it. So let's go ahead and run that. Okay, so cool. So it looks like it has uploaded everything and they gave us a URL right here. So let's go ahead and click that. Cool. So it looks like, so I'm still logged in because I've been logged in this whole time in my dev environment. But now this is on the internet, so if you guys are watching this, you can grab this URL and use it on the internet. So cool. So now you can see here live.edu/tutorial.firebaseapp.com or firebaseapp.com. Yeah. So now this is on the internet, it's deployed, and now you can share this with your friends, family, whoever, and everyone can go in and type and blah 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 blah, right? So this is on my server, or this is on my Firebase instance, but if you were doing this with me the whole time, you would have a different URL or whatever you wanted to call it. And yeah, and then so now you can share this with everybody. Cool. So yeah, that was so the deploying step is very easy. I'll just put this in the chat so you guys can mess with it. For people that join later on, I'll put this in the description as well. But now, yeah, so this is pretty much, so let me go ahead and just walk back what we've what we've done so far. So since the application is finally done. So we have a sign-in form. So if you do have an account, you can come here. If you don't have an account, you can sign up here. I mean, nothing's restricted right now, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. So I can just say, hello@test.com, password. The password does have to be at least 6 characters, then you want a username, right? And we can just say, hello, and we can hit create, and now you can see my username here is hello. You can see all these other channels that we created. I can create a channel as well. It'll be like hello's channel, and then it should automatically join, right? And you can say hello, and now you can see my username when I typed it out. I do probably want to format the time. That's not too important for this thing, but you can just use a date pipe, which is built into the Angular framework, and it will make it all nice and pretty for you. You can see here if I log out and I try to go back to the chat room, I can't do it because I'm not logged in, so I would have to log in again, right? And now I can access everything. Cool. So yeah, so I have a question. It says, are you working still on backend? So our backend, so this is a serverless application. So our backend is Firebase, right? So I pretty much just set that up. I didn't actually have to do any backend work besides, you know, creating an account and then setting up the database and authentication through this console. Primarily through this tutorial, we were just writing Angular code, so it was primarily front end the whole time. So yeah, so I mean, in that aspect, backend's done and front end's done, and I just demonstrated that through this little walkthrough I just did. So yeah, that kind of wraps up the end of this whole premium tutorial. I'll go ahead. All the code should be on the GitHub, which is linked in the description. I'll also have the link in the description as well, so you guys can see the final app live on the internet. I would encourage everyone who views this later, because again, I was supposed to stream this yesterday, so no one was really, this was kind of like a surprise for some people. So yeah, so everything will be in the description. If you guys have any recommendations on other tutorials you'd like me to make, if you want me to try to do something in React or stick to Angular, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so thank you guys for watching these 7 or so classes. It's been fun. I know at the end I kind of tapered off a little bit just because it was Thanksgiving, and I had to do some traveling with the family. But yeah, so hopefully you guys watch it all the way through from first to last episode. And again, if you have questions, just message or email me. You can clone the repo on GitHub, which is in the description, and you'll be able to visit this application live on the internet. I'll put the link on the description. Okay? So thank you for watching, everyone, and people that stuck with it through the end. It's awesome to have you. Hope you guys learned something. If you have any recommendations on things I went over a little too fast, feel free to do so, because this was my first premium tutorial on this site, but it was a lot of fun to do. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Take it easy.